gotta be a little smoother with my transitions there. I might also help if I undeafened and unmuted myself.
Put on these.
There we go.
Hello.
Hi. Might help if I undeafened and unmuted and was a little bit smoother with my transitions, but not live.
Yeah. I mean, we were all just so ready to go.
Yeah.
Just talking about how thirsty we are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
got my tall drink of water right here.
Oh,
All right, we ready? I mean, I know we're live, but does that mean we're ready? So, hey, welcome back.
that
Those
is
who
not
have
what I
returned, and those who haven't returned, hello for the hello. 2, thanks for playing the show where the points don't matter until they super do. I am your DM, Pop-Tart Demon, she, her pronouns. This is my group of sweet summer children.
Of chaos.
And chaos crew. And last time we were here, the party had won a lottery of sorts to gain a charter that allowed them to explore lands known as the Stolen Lands that are wild and untamed and full of stuff. We don't know what kind of stuff yet because they have only just arrived. They traveled for a few days. They avoided some possible combat. They met a touch-starved dwarf named Ed, and have now talked to the owners of the trading post, Oleg and Svetlana, and discovered that they have a bandit infestation.
Ah, puppy.
So now we're gonna find. So now we're gonna find out this episode, this week, how this goes up in flames.
Hopefully
literally.
not in flames. I'm still gonna try to convince y'all that.
Is there fighting involved?
So we'll see how this turns out, as you can see.
We're off to a great start already.
Oh yeah, with that we're gonna get to a start. So last we left off, after all the things that I just said, y'all had decided that you were going to sleep for the evening and awaken with new brains, basically, post sleeping.
So, my character requests before going to bed,
Yes.
or to not sleep with everybody else and be like, hey, do you have somewhere else where I can be alone to sleep?
Well, you don't want to cuddle? And
We're not cuddling.
Kind of Cicely goes, we've only got the 4 beds in.
I don't need a bed necessarily. I don't want to wake them, you see. Night.
Snore. Right.
Yeah, snoring, yes.
Right. I mean, there's with the horse.
It's fine. I love animals.
Alright. I mean, there's hay in there, and there's some horse blankets. You're welcome to it.
Yeah, and I have my sleeping bundle, and, like, I go and get the sleeping bundle, but, like, if anyone was watching, also the silk rope that I have as part of my pack, and head straight to where the horses are. With my little arcade, like, bumbling about, rolling about.
You're gonna stay warm, aren't you? You can take some extra blankets if you need.
Oh, I'll be fine. Arcade's a dragon, so he'll keep me warm.
He is a very small dragon to keep you all warm. So don't feel like you can't take more blankets if you need and such.
I'll be fine, don't worry. Thank you, though, for your concern.
And Yuri in there, of course. And Svetlana's only request is just try not to make Claptrap any more nervous than he already is. Get the indication. Claptrap is the other horse, yes. Its name is Claptrap. It is in the book. I did not do this.
Likely story.
That just kind of endears me to him just a little bit more, because Claptrap gets a lot of flack. Some of it well deserved,
Well, he
but
deserves all of it. What are you talking about?
So yes, you are in there in a stall with Claptrap and Yuri nearby.
Yeah, I don't think I try. Like I know horses can be skittish, especially around dragons. I mean, it makes sense. So I don't try to like. I let Trap have their, their space and everything. I won't be like. I'll be just like hi, and then just make my little area.
There's basically five stalls. Claptrap and Yuri are on the two bottommost, so you could take any of the other three.
Okay, yeah, I probably take the one that would be like technically furthest from.
Yeah, so the one all the way towards the.
Yeah.
Okay. Dragon.
Kana's gonna be very sad with Yami. She wanted to cuddle.
I would like sometime in the quiet of the night to get up with an extra blanket and take it out to Ami to make sure that she is warm.
Okay. If you do that, you'll notice that Ami has restrained herself with the rope underneath the blanket.
She's going to be a bit concerned about that, but at the same time,
These people. That's a
This
little
is for
weird.
practical reasons, but of course, what you want to
out of curiosity, is this a restraint like you have night terrors restraints, or something that my sister might be doing because of her religion?
Religion?
No.
It's their religion, isn't it?
Yeah, her goddess. Calistri is essentially the goddess of consensual BDSM and petty vengeance.
Okay.
Just to
it would
sum that up a bit.
Yeah, but because she had to do it herself, it would kind of look, depending on how well she's noticed her sister do it, kind of looks similar to her sister, but it's totally meant because she has night terrors. But since she has to do it herself, it might look.
So she is going to err on the side of it's a religious thing because of her sister, and just make sure that you're kind of nicely tucked in with an extra blanket, and making sure you're all nice and snuggly.
She tied on top of her clothes, so that's a nice change.
And if need be, she would be sneaking about doing this. Trying to not alert the horses, or especially Ami or Akrai.
Give me a stealth roll to help you out then. So D20 plus your stealth.
Yeah, I don't think she's necessarily a light sleeper.
Oh yeah, there's a penalty in Pathfinder for being asleep. Oh yeah, 28. Claptrap.
Is this Alejandra all over again?
I've tried to space her away from Alejandra because I already have the sneaky.
I'm talking about the stealth rolls, dude.
I mean, she's a rogue. This is what I do: stealth and surprise stabby.
Valid. Yeah, with a
Gotta love a
28,
good
even
surprise stab.
Claptrap, the hyper-aware probably is asleep with his eyes open, staring at unseen horrors that you cannot even begin to comprehend. Seems to not be bothered by you.
It's the extra carrot I gave him.
Special sleepy carrot. Got it.
That's Yuri that you gave the carrot to, right?
No. She gave Claptrap one as well.
Yeah.
Did you drug the horse?
No, I didn't drug the horse. But it looked really nervous, so I tried to make it feel better and give it something nice to eat. I did not drug the horse! Why would I drug the horse? I want it to be my friend. If I drug it, it's not going to remember me.
Depends on drugs, but that's a different role. So, you managed to not alert the horses or the sleeping companion. And I assume you return back to your bed. Your own bed.
Yes. And before I get in and get underneath the covers, I'm just gonna lift the covers of my sister's bed.
She's not around or anything. She's sleeping.
But that out of
You
curiosity.
a little teddy bear made of rope.
Yeah.
She's like tied it like a balloon animal. It's just complicated knots.
I mean, there are those stuffed animals that's made for bondage, so.
Oh my god. You did not have to
This
remind me
is
of
a
that.
mature stream, but I think that's a little too much information.
It's not even like saying the F word. It's not talking about any of this. However, bondage teddy bear, that is too far, ma'am.
What bondage bunny? It's cute.
Okay, Bunny, it's okay.
Yeah.
No, it's really
There's-
not that first.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
not
I don't like
okay.
bunnies.
My childhood teddy bear is a bunny, so I'm gonna have to.
Oh, okay. Good thing you decided to make your familiar a dinosaur instead of a bunny like you
That
were.
was part of
Yeah,
the reason.
right.
But, yeah.
So, with that lovely thought on our minds, is there anything else anyone else wants to get done before sleeping? Or are you all good?
Probably
coating
late.
up?
Probably late into the night. Kana's gonna like snuggle up in her sister's bed.
That would be something she would most likely be useful, and is glad that this has happened after she's gone out and snuck around, and not like during. So
There's no other people around for her to do that other shit.
no, I'm saying like that you didn't notice that Sakura was gone.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah.
No.
I'll just say that Saren isn't used to sleeping in a bed, but will. But they have removed any soft surfaces there might be from this. I don't know exactly what kind of bed setup it is, but they're sleeping on.
Like twin with.
Yeah, so they've taken the mattress and the blankets off, and those are just like shoved against the wall, and they're just perched to sleep on the frame of the bed. Because that's what they're used to.
My God, y'all are weird. This is gonna be fun. We're only on bedtime. Like, wow.
How about sibling? How is
And people thought an all-woman team would be boring, but no, we're worse.
No, we've got horse bondage. We've got I don't sleep on a bed, but I like the frame. And we've got the Snuggle Sisters, which is the least weird about everything going on.
It's hard to sleep on a bed when you have wings that are like made of branches, you know?
That is true. You could sleep on it like a bird.
Yeah, I perched on it. I just
no.
Oh,
okay.
No, she just removed
Why would you
everything
have-
comfortable.
Why would you didn't have to remove the mattress? You could just sit on like one of the bedposts.
I'm just imagining her like sitting in the middle of this empty frame, just eyes open.
And remember, I'm very short.
Sorry.
I feel like that's necessary for every visual you have of Saren. Yeah. But yeah, that's all that's going on with Saren, so.
I feel like we need to add Neffy to the little infographic, our height, so we can remind each other, like, oh yeah, Saren, Shoal.
Small.
Well, what I'll do is I'll create a height chart and put it
Yes.
put it
Probably
in the
college
Discord,
stuff, right?
and then put it also in like the art section so people can see how high
Like an
we
average
are.
human in this
Yeah.
time period, except for comparison. Because I feel like that's gonna help.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
If we're going by it like
Well, I
average
mean-
size back then, it's got us fucking tall.
I'm 5'4".
I'm 5'11", dude.
So what's the
So-
call?
I'm 5'10".
And Kay is like 3'10", I think.
Oh, baby.
I am 5'10".
Baby.
Anyway, so
Travel size.
So I think we as the audience see in the morning when Svetlana comes in to check on y'all, and creaks open the door very quietly, just to kind of peek in and see how everybody's doing, and then closes the door and decides, you know what, wake up when they're ready. It's fine. And goes to check in on you and sees you, and you know what, she'll wake up when she's ready. And starts making
Hey.
breakfast.
Extra blanket helped cover, like, you know.
But still.
Still a weird sight.
My
I still imagine
character
at some point you like tossed and turned a little bit, so it's like, okay.
Sakura is an early riser, She probably would hear her come in and go out. Not so much like specifically
Was it
her,
working?
but
Yeah.
the cold air, everything, it would just wake her up. Would Sakura be able to go and help her make breakfast?
Welcome to help. It's not a problem.
Yay, helping!
It's a pretty simple fare. She's making a big pot of oatmeal. They've got some wild berries dried. That she has like in a bowl. It looks like probably like blueberries, maybe some blackberries. Just kind of sprinkle on top of stuff. She's got a little bit of sugar, like a brown sugar. And on the side, she'd probably make some rashers of bacon or something. And, you know, whichever one you take over, she takes the other. It's fine. She doesn't seem to care either way, really.
She'll work on the oatmeal. She'll put a little bit of spice, like cinnamon and I'm trying to think of else would be really good. Like, I know you said that she would have brown sugar, but maybe a bit of maple sugar.
Easy enough. As long as you have it in your inventory, not a problem.
Actually, let me double check. Because I know I have a camping kit. Or a cooking kit. But I don't know.
I have maple.
And they don't like iron pot, tender, small.
The two items I ensured I had food-wise was maple syrup and cheese wedge.
Oh, it doesn't say that I have spices, so never mind about that. I'm gonna have to get spices. I just assumed that with the cooking set that it would have like basic spices at the very least. No.
It's edible.
This is white people food, so of course no spices.
Yeah. Also bear in mind, this is a pale country.
Yeah.
Well, I at least imagine like salt, pepper, maybe some.
Have you seen how expensive salt is?
No.
Salt is expensive. Probably slightly less so around here because you guys do border saltwater in Brevoy. Northern Brevoy does, you know, ocean and saltwater and stuff. But nonetheless, even so, salt in particular is pricey. It is expensive.
Good to know. I will have to keep an eye out for spices at a later date.
Yeah, keep in mind that herbs and stuff you'd be able to find pretty easily because, you know, in general, not right this second because it's winter, but any sort of spices, there is a genuine spice trade and such at this point in fantasy history. So that is a thing. You're kind of essentially in medieval fantasy sort of Russia. Russia, German. So, lots of,
then. I demand Perskies.
lots of doughs filled with potatoes and potato things, and potatoes and meat and potatoes.
And taters? Smash.
Boil and mash and stick them in a pierogi. So that sort of vibe. So not a whole lot of spices per se naturally locally, but you would have some herbs and stuff that you could get, especially once the snow melts and stuff. You'll be able to find some herbs and stuff probably pretty easily, especially if you in some way cultivated them.
I have some ideas for some herbs that I would want.
There you go. And we'll get to that in the months where things would grow.
Which is not now.
No.
Nope.
So it's sorry, go ahead.
I said we're gonna have to wait a few months.
Yeah, because it's November.
We still have a long, long winter to go through.
Yes, it's November, also known as Neth, after the god Nephis. Just for y'all's info. But yeah, so I mean it's simple fare, certainly. There is bread, because there's always bread. It's a simple kind of white loaf, but you know, it's nice. It's crusty on the outside. It's a peasant loaf, you know, it's a pretty simple one.
But it's fluffy, right?
But it's fluffy and not dense and not overworked.
We love you, Eric.
Because he's watching.
But yeah, Svetlana knows how to make bread. No bread machine needed. She just knows. She's got them muscles in her arms from all the working out with the bread.
Nice.
Her muscles are dense and tight from working them proteins, but her bread is tender. But
I think that's probably.
I think this is wasted on Sakura, but I know other people appreciate it.
Yeah, because she definitely does that thing like in the Ghibli movies, where like roll up their sleeves and then they like tie them back.
Ooh,
She do
nice.
that. Yeah, she do that. She practical. There's fire, like. But so she comes out. She's a little sweaty. You know, but in the cool air, definitely not. But she has the sleeves up, and she has her hair that she's twisted up and kind of pinned, keep it again out of the fire. And now she smells of bacon and oatmeal, which is a great combo. And she just kind of brings it out on plates, and puts it out on the table and such with your help. It's like basically a cauldron of oatmeal that she's just finished off by sprinkling the dried fruits and berries and stuff on top. Which, as I said, are kind of unidentifiable what exactly they are, but they're chewy and fruity, so that's good. And again, doesn't really wake y'all, but does look at you, Sakura, if she doesn't see anybody else, and does kind of say, should you, do your friends want breakfast?
She'll kind of go over to the door of the guest house, I guess you would say, open it and just kind of waft the smell of bacon and oatmeal into the room. Oh, I'm sure they'll be up in just a moment.
And you actually see Ed come out from their house.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably assume, since there was 4 of y'all, she assumed all the guest beds were taken.
Yeah.
So
it doesn't take long for Kana to get up because she smells food.
Yeah.
Which is exactly why she's doing that, because she knows the best way to wake your sister up isn't by actually going in and waking her up. It's to tempt her with food. By the way, that's the way you wake me up.
And I think
sorry, go ahead.
I think Saren's actually awake already, but can't really tell the difference because they're still kind of perched on the bed. But they have their familiar like tucked with them, and they're like doing some meditation with their familiar. But Alan starts to kind of like sniff a lot after that happens, and finally it gets distracting enough that they kind of say, "Oh, all right," and they stand up and like let them down and walk out of the room to join.
And Sakura kind of rubs her hands. The best way to wake someone up.
Yeah, I think when oh gosh, I have to remember everybody's names. Saren, sorry. Saren's leaving. You'll see that Ami has come out and like is again putting like the stuff that was hers, so the bedroll and the rope, back into the wagon, and kind of looks. Like, I don't think there would have been much of a difference, but she kind of looks a little bit more energetic than, like, the past few days of us camping out. And she's just like, morning.
Ah, everybody's awake. That's good.
I don't know how
Arcade cheers you with a spoon.
I don't know how Arcade did it, but he was so nice, and he got me another blanket. It was really sweet. I really think the training we've been doing for his strength has been working really well.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad that he was able to find an extra blanket and bring it to you.
And she just smiles like, yeah. And then immediately goes in and just starts commenting about how good the food tastes or smells and everything. And thanking Svetlana, of course, for hosting us.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's so nice to cook for company sometimes.
Thank you. The lodgings are very comfortable.
You see her like hesitate for about half a second, but she's the gracious hostess. That I'm just so glad that you found a way to be at your most comfortable.
Siren will just kind of nod their head, very kind of gracefully, and take a seat.
You see Oleg wander out in essentially pretty much the same clothes you saw him in yesterday, just a slightly different color. Takes an oatmeal, and Svetlana's just kind of looking at him, and she's like rolling her kitchen towel in her hands, just like looking at him. He stops, looks at her, and morning.
Good morning.
Oleg.
Good morning.
Kind of gives her the look of like, look, it's good morning. What do you want? As he walking away with his share, he like sticks the bacon into the oatmeal, just like. And like as he's leaving, she like whips him with the towel on the hip, and he, damn woman, walks back inside.
Oh, they love each other. Look at that.
That grumpy old goat. Bless his heart.
All I can think of is bless his soul.
Bless his soul.
Oh god.
Catlock comes in full swing.
Bless his little melon head.
Poor dead husband.
Bless his soul.
Yeah, I think Saren will set about relatively quietly in the morning. I don't think they're one to really start the conversation back up from the day before. They're kind of gunning on the idea that they can just do what they want. So I think they're just setting out to eat so that they can go about what they want for the day, unless something is going to stop them.
I know Socor's gonna wait until everybody's most of the way done eating before she'll bring up anything. But if somebody else wanted to, like,
I think Ami's just like happily eating, and if anyone like says anything, she'll comment, but she doesn't like start anything. But she'd sometimes like she'll be like eating and just kind of like slightly glance at you all and like kind of stare for a second, as if she could possibly read minds, but she can't yet. But like just stare and then like go back to doing whatever. So now that we're eating at a proper table than before. You'll notice this little quirk of hers. But yeah, I don't think she'd bring up the task at hand because at the moment she's forgotten about it. She's just like, food.
Yay! This is gonna go my favorite then, maybe. Once people do get further along in their meal, and the silence, I think, will become overbearing if nobody's going to talk about anything. Socor's going to turn to Ed. I take it that you are quite familiar with these words?
A bit. At least parts of them.
Would you mind if you show me around after breakfast? I want to get a lay of the land and try to surmise where these thieves might come and just get a better understanding of what to expect.
Oh, that's easy. They always come from the same place.
All the same.
There's a base or something out there. We don't travel near that though. But I can show you the direction and stuff. It's a few days travel away anyway to get there, so I can at least show you the road. The road? More of a path that they take.
How come you don't go towards the one fort?
Because it's a bad idea. I don't like being alive.
What's
Very
there?
good point.
I assume bandits. I wouldn't know because I haven't gone. You see how that works? That's kind of a cause and effect. I don't go there because there's bandits and then I don't die. But I assume there's probably bandits.
But there could also be treasure.
There probably is, given all the shit they steal.
Or supernatural.
Also true. But I assume since the bandits go there and have said, haha, that's where our base is, that's probably where their base is. They're lying and cheating and thieving, but I have a feeling they're kind of being honest on this one. Wild guess.
All the same.
That's your problem if you don't go and fix what's there.
But
then
see,
of
the
course they're
thing
gonna
is,
keep
there's a lot of them, and I'm one man.
But I thought you were a strong, hunky man.
Oh, I'm incredibly strong, and thank you for saying that I'm very hunky. But strong is good, but hunky is less useful against bandits. They're really, most of them, at least the ones I've encountered, are not really.
They could be lonely. They could want some companion. We obviously know you wanted companionship.
I wanted hugs, lady. That's a very different sort of thing.
I mean, I know we don't appeal to you, but I'm certain maybe one of them would appeal, or you'd appeal to them.
You know,
if we wanted to do the non-fighting, killing route that Sakura doesn't want us.
So you're just to make sure, you're suggesting that the path towards an amicable sort of relationship with these bandits is to seduce them with my masculine charms.
Yeah, why not? Females can do it, why can't men?
I mean, that's.
I think he's quite saying that it might be more effective if it was of a female persuasion rather than a male persuasion.
Well, I don't know, but there's 4 of you and there's 1 of me, so if I don't appeal, I'm only appealing to like a very niche sort of section of the bandits, whereas because you are all such wonderful and attractive young ladies, that just because you don't appeal to me necessarily, you have a much broader appeal with bandits, maybe.
I really can't understand all the fascination with gender down here. It's very funny. And I think Sarah will start kind of laughing, almost hysterically, because it's genuinely very funny to them.
Ed looks incredibly perplexed.
I think Ami laughs with you, but she doesn't know why she's laughing. She's just
Ed's face has this expression that somehow deep in your soul, probably mostly you Kana. There we go. I can names. You in particular recognize his face as world cold and hard, titty warm and soft.
Yeah.
That's essentially what, because just the idea, he's, you can gather he probably hasn't, been exposed to a whole lot of different beliefs or ideals in his lifetime. And so just the idea that gender still, he's like, but titties.
Don't think so hard, Ed.
It's like, it's for him, it's the dialogue noises running in his head right now.
Yeah, he's just like, does not compute. Like, computers aren't even invented yet, it does not compute so hard.
It's okay, it's a common thought. It's just that my kind, and I think kind of their wings will kind of like lift up a little bit at that. We just don't do gender.
And that's very interesting.
One might wonder how you reproduce then. I know a lot of
all
albines.
Oh my god,
you grew from a tree?
Cabbage Patch.
Well, it was more like my seed just kind of floated around until it found a happy place to land, and then...
when most people say that, they're creepy, but somehow you're adorable when you say it.
I think it's because she's small and...
Also, she's not a grown man saying that his seed just floats around till it finds a happy place to land.
There's that too.
Normal size.
When I say it, it's weird.
I
still say that.
Even though I didn't have much porridge left, I kind of just pushed the porridge away after he says it that way. Like,
It's like when I say it, it's uncomfortable. A grown man should not say that.
No, they should not.
And I apologize for giving such an example by doing the thing that I said is really creepy when you do that. I'm good. Pushes empty bowl, bacon is gone, finishes his drink, it's just like, sorry.
Sarah is sleeping.
He's like, shit, I did the thing again.
I think I made him uncomfortable.
I think we all make them uncomfortable.
If Ed passes by, she's just gonna pat him on the head when he walks by.
And just keeps going. Svella is just like shaking her head like, oh, Ed. Bless his little melon head.
You poor awkward thing, you.
my
Going to
sweet
invite him
bed.
to stay in the bed if Ami's not going to use it, but I don't think he'll like that.
Braiding each other's hair. He's got beard too. It's like, yeah, how do you know to do this, Ed? Well, dwarves know all about braids. Have you ever done a seven strand braid before? I could do it one-handed.
And all I can think of is eight plaited breads.
Oh, he knows how to do that. Some of the prettier... He's been teaching Svetlana to do that part.
Ooh.
That's why they're fun.
I turned to Sarah and I'm like, it's always fun to play with simple minds, isn't it?
We shouldn't play with people's minds.
But they're so
That's-
open.
And
That
he's
is
a
very
good
concerning
man.
there, Ami.
I mean, don't you want to know what's in people's heads sometimes?
No.
I mean, I would imagine that they would tell us in due time.
Almost everyone lies almost all the time.
You have to know how to ask the right questions.
No, I'm telling the truth. I don't want to. I don't want to know what's in your brain, Ami. I'm good.
Sorry. Avi just kind of looks at you like kind of like dead serious for a second and goes, no, that's understandable. And then decides to pick at the bread and like hand RK some bread.
I can't tell if you're afraid of us, and that's why you don't want to stay with us, or if we should be afraid of you. It's very interesting.
Oh, in my opinion,
Yes.
that's where trust comes in.
Oh, I didn't say I didn't trust anybody. Fear and trust could come together.
I
Trust
find
you
the more
all
that you
to
trust someone,
yourselves.
the less you feel afraid of them.
So, I can trust you guys to not go through my head without my permission?
Oh, I'm not able to do that.
I don't care who can. This is just a
So
joke.
vague. I wouldn't
My dear
You
sister,
can, but you're not able to, or
my dear sister, you make it far too easy for even those who don't have the ability to see into your mind
There
to
are
know
some
exactly
things-
what you are thinking.
There
You
are
an
some
open
things
book.
that I don't need people to know. Okay?
You're turning
Don't-
quite red, my friend.
don't worry. RK has tucked away that ability for me for now, so.
Really interested in this, but doesn't say a word.
The whole Pop-Tart is just like, what the fuck is this?
I imagine that Pop-Tart is just Splitsana just watching us, being like, I entrusted these weird odd people to help me, and
Into the brain.
why?
I've trusted these people with the protection and saving of myself, my husband, and our business.
I thought these were just good country girls.
I thought these were just nice young ladies that were gonna kick ass and save our lives, and
Yeah.
no.
They're just fucking weird.
Bless all their hearts.
And I,
As people have started to finish their meals and leave the table, because I know Ed already left, Sokora's gonna start gathering the dishes.
I got those, honey. Y'all have things to discuss.
yes, we have to figure out how we're gonna get those. And I've forgotten the word. we
Catapults?
Catapult.
used. Catapults. I was thinking cannonballs. I'm like, that's not it. How to figure out the catapults, right? We have a couple of days before the next supposed attack, and if Sakura is gonna go to find their base in the meantime.
Oh, that wasn't her plan. She was trying to look around the base to set up points where we could either attack from, or hide, or escape to if need be.
Or make traps.
Yeah.
I still like the idea of maybe turning things on fire, but
Well, if there's traps, then they can stay
Ami?
still.
that's true.
Please look around you. Take a real good, hard look around you and see why fire is bad.
That's why you do concentrated balls of fire, so they stay in one place.
I don't think that's how fire
But-
works.
But and there's snow.
I don't
But
think
balls
that matters.
roll, my dear. They roll, and we are surrounded in a wooded fort, surrounded by trees. Probably not the best ideal. Save it for an absolute emergency, last-ditch effort. But
Alright.
maybe we should try looking at regular ammunition. Catapults are fine. I'd still like to use that as plan B, but maybe not the fire so much.
I guess.
I did suddenly remember that I am quite flammable.
There's that too.
Well,
I don't-
I hope you wouldn't be in front of the fireballs. You'd be behind.
True, and I do like your plan, Ami, but I don't want to burn.
Sorry, I'm still debating on how creepy I want to make Ami. In my head, I want her to say, "But we'll all burn eventually." But no, I'm not gonna have her actually canonically say that. She just goes
Just
to say
in her
it.
head.
Yeah, and just nods.
Fire can be useful, but I'm worried, especially if it's used against us in the aspect of, we shoot a flaming fireball over.
Is Anna still in the room, or did she run away with the dishes?
She
Okay.
ran away.
Is Oleg still here, or did he also run away?
He didn't even sit
He
down
ran
and join
away.
us.
He ran
Oh,
away
right,
earlier.
okay. Yeah, he was smart. Okay.
He seems to be avoiding you guys.
Yeah.
Probably the smartest person that's watching right now. Just
How
nope, not gonna get involved. Nope.
RK is the smartest. How dare you?
It has not been proved.
Alright, so then we'll put the fire plan to the side for now.
Let's just
What
focus
shall we
on
do?
getting those catapults.
Yeah.
Walk up the stairs or whatever and get a
That's
good
good.
look.
I was gonna say, are they able to easily be gotten to?
Oh yeah,
Or-
there's like little stairs that lead up to
Okay.
each one because they are watchtowers. So
Yeah. I just didn't know how much they had used them.
they have not at all.
So yeah, I think I'm just looking at the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like once it's like okay, and she just immediately is like starts heading towards the closest like rampart to get up to the catapults, and
Yeah.
I guess that would be another engineering check.
You guys rolled well in your engineering checks last time. What I'm going to do this time is perception, actually.
Oh,
For now that you're like actually close up and you know kind of what you're looking for, it's more noticing.
Okay. Perception. That's not a good one, Why did I not?
I got a 3.
I got a 13.
Okay, Saren, you're like, man, I could shoot this thing right now. Like, I mean, I could probably get one shot, but I could shoot it. With a 13, you can see, upon closer inspection, Ami, that there's a bit more damage than is immediately obvious. Like when you guys were first looking at it, they do look repairable, but now that you're up close, you can see the wood is weakened in a lot of places because of the snow and rain. These obviously have not been used in probably at least a year plus, and were probably already broken at that point. So it would probably take you a bit more time than you have, to say the least, to really repair them. They are repairable, but it
Repairable.
will take probably a few weeks.
Does it seem like we could make it just look like it got repaired? Like, because obviously the damage, we were able to see that from afar, but like...
Say... I would say you have the inkling that maybe you could, but you didn't roll high enough to figure out how to do it.
Okay. No problem, yeah.
But it did occur to you that maybe you could make them repaired? You're just not sure how you'd accomplish it.
Right. I think I would voice that out, like... I don't think we'll have time to actually fix these. I mean, I'm not an expert in any of these mechanical sort of things, for sure. But if we could just make it seem like they look good, that would help Sakura's diplomacy attempt. Make her look a little bit more fierce.
And if you can make, it's probably a survival. That's usually for camouflagey things. Let me look at the skills real quick. Let's see what I think.
There's disguise, but I assume that's usually for the person.
Yeah, that's usually a person thing. But there's a few ways, I would say, that you could. I'd say a bluff would work. I would say another engineering. You could probably, basically engineer a way to do that kind of thing. Or a sleight of hand, I think, would also work. So it's on a much bigger scale, so that one's gonna be a slightly higher DC. But
you want me to do the sleight of hand? Watch me get on that one.
Because basically you're faking it, so I'd say any of those would be doable.
It's kind of funny. My bluff is higher than the knowledge engineering, but I have
before you roll.
Checked off.
Remember, you can aid another. If anybody would like to do that, that is a thing you can do.
Haiti, what are you talking about? We're all single individuals. We're not a team yet.
I mean, if somebody would like to help me with sleight of hand, I have that pretty high myself.
I have it as a 1, so I can't.
But I figured if somebody helped me with...
I will help you with sleight of hand.
Okay.
I have a very decent high. I have a high.
Okay, so roll a d20.
Oh, that's right. It's different. That's right.
Yeah, it's different than...
I keep thinking Savage World rules where you have to...
do I add my sleight of hand modifier or no?
Roll it straight first.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
Okay, 16. I owe people 3 drinks.
Oh, yeah. You only need above a 10.
Okay.
Like, straight up. That's why I was saying we can just roll straight for now. So yeah. You get a +2 to your roll, Neffy.
Okay.
Nice.
So that's a 21.
Yeah, with a 21, it'll take you probably about an hour, all told, just that way you guys are tracking. So you woke up around 6 or 7, we'll say. Or about 6, to make it easy.
That's definitely a lot earlier than Connor's used to getting up.
I tempted you out of bed with food, so...
Let's say early risers woke at 6. By the time you're completely done with breakfast and discussing and stuff, it's probably about, say, 8, all told, because there was a lot of conversation, there was eating, there was dishes, there was talking. So by about 9 o'clock, so full morning, Sakura, you've kind of looked this over, and you can see, like, if you and you basically have a small list of items you would need to accomplish it, that you feel are pretty doable, you'd probably only have time to do it to 1.
Okay.
Just because you're still kind of having to build and repair enough to make this seem legit, because they still probably going to have to at least pull back to really kind of sell it.
Yeah.
So you need to at least fix that portion of it enough just to not break. But with probably a few hours work and these items that you feel are pretty simple, you could fake that far.
Okay.
And so you think that maybe taking one of the front 2, once you know kind of which side they're coming from and stuff, you can make sure it's the one that's in fullest view, essentially. And kind of fix that one. The other one, you wouldn't be able to pull it back or anything, but you could at least make it look not broken.
Right.
You'd have time for that. Just only one of them would be able to pull back to really do kind of an intimidation sort of thing. To make it be like, we're serious, don't make us do it.
That is where we might fail if I have to use intimidate. But
I dare say you're not the only person in the party that has a decent intimidate, though. wild guess.
4. Well, I know I'm not the only one, but it was my plan to try to talk to them first, is what I mean.
Yeah. But you also know, just that you guys have some general info, the palisade walls and the gate are 30 feet high, straight wood. So if people tried to, like, climb them or something, it would be difficult. It would not be easy for them. You could. You think within reason y'all could do it if you tried, but it still wouldn't be easy. Most of the buildings and stuff have walls and coverings, so there are various places for you to hide if you wanted. There is likely some various odds and ends through this trading post that you might be able to get your hands on. As I said, you do have the middens, the composting pits and such.
Actual tanning happens here, right? It's just all like, okay.
No, this is just more the straight furs.
Straight furs, okay.
I'm double checking all my info here. Yeah, it's just like post doc, but they might have some stuff. You know that in the little kind of storeroom where Ed put his furs and stuff. That's usually just where they keep the furs and other like trade goods. Mm-hmm. But they do have a small stock room. You would assume, because I mean, it would make sense. But you don't know what's in there because you haven't talked to them. And that's about it. But the list you put together, Sakura, is pretty simple. It's, new rope, which you guys even have yourself. It's some wood boards to replace the really shitty looking ones. And maybe some sort of stain to basically hide everything else. Because you're really only trying to make them look good at a distance. And it really depends on what time of day they come, is just how accurate you have to be. But essentially, you're just trying to make it look not shitty.
Yeah. It's supposed to be like a stage prop.
Right. And you figure out pretty easily that, if we stained it dark somehow, that's going to hide a world of troubles. Because then it's just too dark, they can't tell.
Yeah.
So, to be able to do this, Sakura, we need to know where they're coming from, correct?
Yes. According to Spatsana and I'm just gonna call her Lana. That is such a mouthful for me. What Lana and Ed keep saying is that they all come from the same way all the time. I still kind of want to do a perimeter check just to see what we're dealing with as far as the land is concerned. But from the sounds of it, they just use the front gate. So if we have them all towards the front, even if we're mistaken and they come from one of the sides, if we have it up in the front, we still have like a side defended, quote unquote.
I can't remember. Did they mention when we talked about this last week how many bandits tended to show up?
About 5 or 6.
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Time it was 5 or 6 total.
I mean, they're not expecting resistance, so.
But yeah, y'all hadn't asked further questions yet, so that's all the info you have for now.
Right. No. Yeah.
We have like 2 days, right? 1 day.
You have all day today, and then they arrive sometime tomorrow.
Okay. So I think
on the second day.
I don't know how this will work in this situation. We're gonna try it. I have a spell called Ears of the City, which isn't strictly caught on city matters, but basically it lets one person hear snippets of past scenes and conversations that happen. Yeah. But I can cast it on somebody that I'm touching. So, who am I gonna do this to?
I think Lana or Oleg would probably be the best if you're trying to gather information about this spot.
I can think about a specific person. Mm-hmm. So, I could think about, Lana or Oleg confronting the bandits, and then you would get information specific to that situation. You can focus it, right? I think that's how it seems to work.
Hear this. you see and hear a stream of past scenes, piece of conversation related to local people and events. I would say that yes, you could target essentially Lana or Oleg. Lana's probably more likely, just because she seems friendlier.
Yeah.
To kind of.
And also a target to intimidate easier as well.
Yeah, but I think I would want to cast it on one of you guys so that one of you guys is the one experiencing what they've heard. That way,
yeah, but
have
the person
Wouldn't be
thinking about would be. Huh?
The spell is you experience it, the caster.
Oh, okay.
The target is whoever
you're
viewing the snippets of.
No, I think it says the target of this spell sees and hears a stream of past events.
Yeah, but the point.
You would be watching the events, but the target is the one you're getting.
I don't.
So you cast a spell.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, the target of the spell sees and hears a stream of past pieces of.
I mean, I'm fine either way. We can make it work, but.
Particular target. No, you're right. So you could cast it on one of your party members, and they would be able to do the experience stuff. You wouldn't actually cast. You're right.
Yeah, I know I could do it on myself, but I think it'd be funnier if it's somebody else.
Yeah.
Just
but yes, whoever it is, whoever gets it basically would have to concentrate on that in order to put together the narrative.
Okay.
I mean, I'm volunteering.
Yeah, so I think Sarah will look at Ami and say, Ami,
yeah.
If I cast this spell, will you think about the bandits talking the last time they came here and see what they said about it as much as you can? I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I can do that.
Okay. So yeah, I think. What do I need? I need a small piece of bread for my witch's kit. Or from the town, I guess, which would be a small piece of something. Most of this is wood, so I think Saren will go over near kind of the composters where there's probably more stone around those things and pick up a small piece of stone, kind of probably near like the middle where they probably met in the past to take the stuff out of that storeroom. And they'll take that to go ahead and they have to go over to Ami, kind of rest their hands just on Ami's arm and try to cast the spell.
It is nice when this happens, voluntarily instead of just randomly, she says.
And then I assume you are not going to resist the spell?
No.
You're going to be a willing target?
Yeah.
Alright, in that case, I need you to roll a perception check. So D20 plus your perception.
How good you gonna see?
Yeah. Essentially, in Pathfinder, for 1d4 hours of information, you would normally have to roll a diplomacy check. And that's basically you talking to people and and figuring them out and getting them to talk to you. In this case, because you're observing it, you're not actually interacting with it in any way. Okay. It's a perception check to see what you're picking up.
Okay. 18!
18! Okay. And I will say, since this person, you're kind of concentrating on Lana, and you're trying to kind of get the the way your magic works in general is very brain and heart, if you will, centric. And so, whereas most people think, okay, I would need to think of this thing, you're like, no, when was the last time she was really scared? Because that's an emotion you can figure out very quickly. Is like, obviously they're intimidated by this, they're scared of what might happen. When was the last time that spiked? And you see, even still, it's almost like the scene around you kind of fogs over. And what you guys see is literally she's looking ahead and she's, it's so nice when you volunteer for this instead. And Saren touches her and you see her eyes just like almost cloud over into pure white, kind of gray white, milky, looking straight forward. But even still, you can see them like as if she's dreaming, like when you see behind the lids where like the eyes are just moving. That's what she's experiencing. That's what you guys are seeing. You, meanwhile, everything else fogs around you, and they disappear entirely. And you're seeing almost fast-forwarded ghosts just going past you. And you can't pick up anything in particular, but you get like these feelings of you know what's going on, that she was scared here when you guys first arrived and she found out that you weren't the people, and it rewinds back slightly, and then she's over here and she's worried about Oleg. He's up on the roof and he's not talking to her, and it winds back a little further, and you have that a few times where it's small things and none of them are quite what you're looking for, and then there, and it's still this fast motion and you can't make out their face or anything. They're just kind of amorphous figures. Her you can see kind of clearly, but it's almost as if everything's happening in fast forward around her, much like it is for you. And you can just feel your heart pounding in your chest as one of them breaks away from the rest of the group. And he's threatening her. It's like hearing somebody underwater. But he's threatening her that if they don't get what they want, then next time he grabs her by the wrist and pulls off her ring, then they'll take something worse next time. And then lets her go. You're gonna guess 6 of them is kind of the figures you make out. 6 of them. They don't look, with the exception of him, he looks pretty burly. But lots of wiry guys, very lean muscle. They do come in and out of the main gate. That's, you can see the passing. Everybody seems to come through that main gate. And so you do have a general idea of their passage. And they did. They basically came in, confronted Oleg and Svetlana while the main guy and like 2 others were talking. A couple of the other wiry guys got stuff beyond her, and then came back and went out the gates. But it was enough that only they really needed to carry anything, and he was obviously not pleased by this.
Yeah, so I think like throughout the whole thing, you see the eyes and everything. She's just like very still, and then when she comes out of it, she immediately puts a hand to her heart, still feeling like the lingeringness of like what Svetlana felt, and just like gasping, and then just immediately going to her hand, like as if she was wearing a wedding ring and not seeing there, and then frowning and just like looking around and looking at you guys but not seeing you guys, and that was a little different.
Are you okay?
Yes, it's Svetlana's feelings. It takes a while for that to shake off. I'm fine.
Do you want me to get you a cup of tea? Maybe that'll help you calm down.
Tea, yes, please.
And you can almost still feel, even though you didn't hear it or anything, you almost still feel these like lingering, almost cobwebs of Svetlana's thoughts of, are they going to kill me? Are they going to kill Oleg? Are they going to do worse than that? What if they take me? What if they hurt him? Just like this cobweb narrative that's just kind of overlapped your brain.
Yeah, and like she hones in on, like cocks her head and then hones on tea. Yes, please. Tea always helps. I need, and she looks around because she's hearing all these Svetlana's like kind of thoughts and feelings and sensations, and not technically new to this type of thing, but at the same time is looking around for RK, because
right up on her shoulder, he's
and immediately like kind of relaxes, like RK, yes, this is it's so afraid. It's okay. Yes, RK, I know. It's not my thoughts. It's never my thoughts. It's other people's thoughts.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay?
Yes, it's just the cobwebs are a little bit more cobwebby. No. She was just so afraid, and I haven't felt that kind of fear in a very long time. She's really worried that they're not going to survive. If they don't have enough to give them next time,
We'll have plenty enough to give. That's a good kick to the ass.
Yes, especially the burly one. The others, they could be fast. We might need to, but I don't think they're that strong.
So there was a strong one and some weaker ones? Probably not weaker, but smaller.
Not as small as you, but yes, skinny. And they're they don't have any brains. This one, the big burly one, did have some brain, and he's the one that took her ring, that was forceful with her, and wants to do worse. And it seems like they wouldn't care if they had to raze this place to the ground, if it came to that. But there was, at least last time, and she like counts on her fingers like 6, including the burly one.
Did you ever
It's
catch
probably
what direction they came from?
And I think she just points like just like forward towards like the main gate and everything, where I think we're all like, kind of hovering around there, and they just went and got the things. They knew exactly where to go. What if we take everything where the furs are and we put a trap in there? Split them up.
You could. That's a very good idea.
Yes, because they trust their boss, the burly one, and he only focused on Svetlana.
We have some sort of disguised foe, what do we call them? Foe catapults, to slow down their advance and perhaps give us a chance to talk to them. And then if they do choose to come in, we hope that they will still go into take the goods. So do we feign loss?
Saki, you and I could still make traps around the fort itself in case they decide to call for backup and they come from different directions. Slow them down enough.
I just want to hurt the burly one.
Oh, trust me, I want to do more than that.
I want to make him afraid.
It's probably a good thing that Sakura wasn't there, because she would have gone off to go grab the tea for Ami. Because she would also want to hurt the burly man for taking the wedding ring. Like, Sakura's code is you do not steal something that valuable, that has such emotional attachment from somebody, especially when they don't have anything.
Quick question. So, with this thing, with the taking of the ring, would this count as, like, revenge? In a way?
It's entirely to you. If you feel that Kana would feel like, no, this guy needs to get fucked up for doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
she's definitely thinking that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a grudge. This is a little vengeance. I can feel that.
Yeah, like, because Milana was very nice to them.
Mm-hmm.
So, feeling that on her behalf.
You get from just talking to Svetlana herself, and then what Ami's describing that she saw and felt, that they obviously haven't put up any sort of fight.
Mm-hmm.
This is not, you can tell from the gate and stuff that the gate in the palisade is, well kept up and everything. They're still doing repairs in general. So, if they got in, that was because Lana and Oleg let them in, rather than fight them. Because there's only 2 people.
Yeah.
You kind of hear Ami just go to her. He's like, just needlessly mean. I hate men who are needlessly mean.
Yeah, men like that are the worst. They're the most fun to kick in the ass.
I believe there's other places you could kick that would be funner.
Oh, trust me, I know, darling sister.
Yeah, if you come back with the tea, she immediately
because of those.
She immediately takes the tea in gratefulness and just downs it. Doesn't care how hot it is.
Hot.
It's sometimes better if you slowly drink. Let it soothe.
Tea's already gone.
It's gone.
No.
Like you scald your tongue. You don't care now. But there is that very impressive, since it's cold, you down it and you exhale, and like steam comes out of your nose and your mouth because it's cold outside. And now you've just made all your insides very hot. You'll probably regret this later.
Probably, yeah.
Not right,
Right
now.
now, you're too
but
pissed
right
off.
now, you're kind of badass.
Yeah.
You didn't
You're
quite put
pissed
the tea
off.
bag in your mouth and then kettle it, but like,
No.
but like, still, it's kind of like you should probably. Well, okay. Well, all right.
Thank you.
We got a badass.
Oh, you're very welcome.
The
Are you
badass
feeling better
girl.
at the very least?
Yes, it takes some time when I first. And she turns to look at Yusen and like, that smells wonderful. Made so vivid. And it's usually more surface, and this time it was. And she puts her hand to her heart.
I mean, for myself, perhaps it does not feel so emotional when I have used it, but everyone perceives things differently.
And for what you felt before, Kay, or Sarah, and if you've cast it on other people, their experience, they have not described it like this.
Mm-hmm.
The clouding over the eyes stuff, that's the stuff you observe from the outside is fine.
Yeah.
And some lingering after effects is pretty normal, but the way she's describing it as she was feeling it and experiencing it rather than just witnessing, that is different.
Yeah.
So it's a little perplexing for you. You've never seen someone...
Yeah. And I think you could see the confusion in Karen's face.
I'm used to seeing confusion on her face.
Yeah.
Their face.
I'm sorry that it caused you such discomfort.
Oh, that's nothing.
But it's never caused me that kind of discomfort, is what I'm saying. I didn't expect it.
Have you ever used it on a Suli before?
I've never met a Suli before.
That could be it then.
You're very interesting.
Thank you. And she just kind of nuzzles RK, like, feeling better, starting to slightly regret the hot tea, like, gulping, but still, it helped. Like...
So, what should we do? Sakura, I feel like perhaps you have the most reasonable way to mend our desire for smashing people with perhaps being successful.
With diplomacy.
I would very much like to give them a chance to talk. I think that maybe I and Kana, for intimidation purposes, you can bring your spike bat. I will.
Good. I was planning on it anyway.
Yeah, I know which battles to win and which ones to not. But I shall meet them at the front gate and try to get them to mend their ways. I mean, we have a huge opportunity. They could come with us and we settle this land. There'll be work for them to do and food for them. And maybe they won't have to thieve and steal and
That is a good
live this
point.
life.
Because if we take out the burly one, the scrawnier ones won't have someone to fear.
I could you.
I mean, yeah, they could turn me.
So
If
perhaps-
that does not seem to work, we can show them the force with the catapults. Let them know that the fort is now well defended. If the two of you can keep out of sight until the battle actually starts, if it starts, you know, they won't know how many we have. I wonder if
Oh, I
it's
think there's two of
possible.
us.
I wonder if it's possible to get a bunch of armor, maybe some bows set up along the wall here, just so it looks like there's more people here than there actually are.
With mage hand, can I do? Is it just one mage hand, or can I do like a pair of mage hands?
I'll check real quick for you.
The sound of the Pop-Tart!
Doodly-doo.
Not just mage hand. There we go.
I've got one. keep closing my sheet when I don't want to.
Theoretically, it's a 0 level spell.
Yeah.
So you would be able to cast it. Now, bear in mind, you could do 2 basically, because it does say you point your finger. So I would say basically almost like controllers.
Yeah.
You could kind of
Wiimotes.
Yeah. So
essentially, yeah, you could Wiimote it.
Yeah. So, Frodo, when you mentioned that, like, yes, I could hide, and I could even make a couple of them move. So I essentially would be 4 archers instead of, or 3.
It is up to 5 pounds. Just so that way you have your limit there.
Yeah.
But you can make them like move or
bows,
shake
yeah.
or.
Yeah, it's 25 feet plus 5 for 2, so you get a max of 30 feet. 1 non-magical unattended object, which if you made basically, you're talking about armored scarecrows here.
Yeah.
Up to 5 pounds, so you could move, their arms or like part of them. Like you wouldn't be able to move the whole thing, but you could give it a semblance.
Yeah, so that they're not static.
Oh, actually, you could only do 1. It's concentration.
Ooh, okay.
My apologies. It's a concentration spell, so you could do 1.
That's still helpful. That's still helpful.
I could do 1 as well.
So between the 2 of you.
Yeah, because I have Unseen Servant, which basically
nice.
does a similar thing. It works a little differently, but I can tell it what to do.
But they could do like 2 scarecrows at once. Tilt the head of this one, raise the arm of that one, and make them look alive.
Near enough to give them the command. You can do that. Yeah. So yeah, you between your various spells here and stuff, and perhaps some prestidigitations for small things, like you could create some semblance that would, if you had the scarecrows and stuff and are able to get enough of them up and everything, you theoretically could, at a distance, give the impression of more life than there really is.
So, being a non-snow person, if it's powder snow, you can't make snowmen?
Not really.
Not really. It doesn't stick.
No.
Yeah, it has to be warmer.
Yeah, this is a fine because it is so cold. Like during the day, it's not so bad. During the day, it's just freezing, basically. Maybe a little above freezing. Still very much fur coat, warm wool kind of thing. But at night, you're dropping down to like the teens. Okay. And so it's just so cold that it can't pack.
That's okay. I don't understand, but okay.
Also,
being a Cali girl,
you melt it in your hands, and that's why it sticks.
Yeah, basically when you're packing snow together, you're essentially melting the snow just enough that it kind of holds together. Because these are so cold, all the little granules are individual, so you can't melt it enough to get it to stay put.
Because I thought it would be cool we'd have snowmen archers. So yeah, I think with the wood and Ed's furs, if we don't have enough armor, I don't know how popular armor is for trade here, we can definitely make enough to seem like the backup that they had requested had arrived.
And
if
even if
I have some tricks up my sleeve.
As do I. But hopefully it won't come to that. Hopefully this illusion of force will be enough to send them away, to stall for time. We just have to get through this next night, or this next attack, I should say, for us to really buy time, and then we could go meet them head on at their camp. And if it is necessary that we have to take some lives because they will not listen to reason, that is regrettable, but she looks over to Lana's hut. They're on their own out here as much as we are. What was that?
It's more like a cottage, if you will.
Okay.
They've built it. It's not just a hut. There's actual rooms in there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a modest house, but it is a house with a roof and everything.
Yeah. Our duty is to them first. And if it's unsafe to let these men wander back to their base and come back in force, we have to protect them.
we need to gather some items for the catapults as well as these archers. Shall we do that, or are you and Kana still planning to do a perimeter?
I could
Ami and I
do.
can work on that.
I can do a perimeter on my own if that's all right. While I'm out there, I'll gather some sticks and some lumber that might help with things. You know, kill two birds with one stone.
We can talk to Ed or Svetlana and see if they will lend us some things.
I'm sure that Lana will allow us to use some clothing that might be too old or not in use, or at least that they would, allow for this plan. If it works, it will be well worth some wet snow. I don't know much about weapons, but if I can find some supple wood, we can at least make something that looks like a bow. May not work as a bow, but
You could also ask Oleg for help and see what his specialties lie in.
Do that. And I think, like, immediately, because Ami gets distracted very easily and gets bored very easily, just immediately goes and tries to search for Oleg, despite knowing the fact that Oleg doesn't like, is weird.
House and the door is closed. I'm not gonna tell you have to knock because.
Oh no! Yeah,
You
I
do
know.
you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just like Oleg, we need your help.
Svetlana opens the door.
Hi, not Oleg.
Hi, not Oleg as well.
We need to know what kind of. I mean, obviously you're the woman in the house. You would know too. So perfect. What weapons do you have, either for sale or for your own protection? And not that we need him to, because I felt I understand. And she goes really serious when she says this. What skill does he have in combat, if it comes to that? And that's only a plan D kind of possibility.
And she kind of behind her a second, and then steps out and closes the door behind her. I wouldn't exactly call him combat capable anymore. He took a few injuries years ago, nothing to do with any of this, but it slows him down pretty considerable, as I'm sure you can imagine.
But he has knowledge, so that means he can at least double check our work.
And I'm handy with a sword. I took a few lessons here and there.
Perfect. Like I said, I don't think we'll be needing you in the fray.
He's more of a builder, if that's any help.
Yes. Koda has an idea of making, fake archers. And and Sarah, and we can make the archers seem a little bit animated. Just enough, to prove to these bandits that your backup did arrive. And so we'll need bows. If you don't have them, maybe he could create some, and then maybe and she does hand gestures of maybe scarecrow type figures, since he crafts. And I think the others are making maybe traps. I'm not a trap maker.
You see the door open behind, she kind of has her hand, her hand behind her, on the door. You know the way.
Yeah.
That thing, and it actually pulls from behind her, and she kind of looks back, and you see Oleg there, and you realize that yes, he's got a little bit of a limp. That was hard to see when he was and he looks very serious and gruff. He just kind of looks down at you and, so y'all are serious about all this, then?
Of course. And
right.
we know.
Show you what's in the storeroom.
Ooh,
he's not letting you talk, essentially.
Right.
He's let me show. He's very no nonsense, this guy.
Mm-hmm.
But he's I'll show you what's in the storeroom.
Yes, the storeroom. And then usually they come. Is it to the storeroom or to the store? And this is her being a little scatterbrained. The storeroom, the storage that the bandits usually come into, because we want to take everything that's valuable out as she's walking with him, to the storeroom, and set up a trap in there for the idiot skinny ones to fall into?
You into the house. So you realize the story was taken to you is in the house, whereas where they were going was outside by the middens and stuff in the stables. That's where the furs and stuff were kept, which is what they consider the high value items.
Right.
Whether they don't know about this room or they just don't care or what, you're not sure. But this is inside the house, and it is not. And he confirms that when you're like, oh, did they come in here or not? They stayed outside. And he leads you like into the back right. It's a little room. But in the room.
I'm just like, oh, well, that's good for you. Stupid of them. I would thoroughly check everywhere if I was a bandit.
It consists currently, and he says, you know, this is what we got. It's not much, but make use of it as you can. There is a suit of leather armor, a heavy wooden shield, 2 hand axes, 5 javelins, a single longbow, 2 dozen arrows, a scythe, 2 spears, 2 small bottles of a red potion, a singular small bottle of kind of a silvery blue potion, 2 vials of a sort of green viscous liquid, 6 torches. You'd guess roughly 2-ish weeks worth of what you would easily identify as trail rations, or as I like to call them, road Lunchables. Some additional animal furs that they stocked back here, and a chest. This is the stock room, and then which is also in the house. It's just next door, and then it takes you to the room next to that. There's also 2 barrels full of drinking water, a half-full barrel of lantern oil, 3 common lamps,
good, okay.
a dozen candles, a week's worth of firewood, a hooded lantern, a little more than the amount of rope that you have, a tent, and food that looks basically like deconstructed Lunchable. You see some cheese wheels, you see some hard bread, that sort of thing. Probably for 2 weeks as well. So you've got various supplies to work with here.
Hey, we could. I mean, it would be silly if they all were archers. So we'll do a mix of. We have the longbow. Maybe some of them we can construct just holding menacingly the spears. I feel like Kana would understand better these weapons. I'm more of a, and she makes the mage hands appear when mage hand and this does like a little punching, even though she doesn't look like she's a fighter.
Roll me a sense motive real quick. We'll do that.
Okay.
Because you see his face change a little bit. Okay, an 18. You see him.
21.
21 total. Okay. Yeah. You see him when you do the magic. He actually tenses. And it is a thing you've seen before, though not often. But you've seen it before with particularly you used to know a witch that lived in town, and somebody who knew what she was had this same reaction. It's almost a fear. He doesn't seem to like magic.
Okay, yeah, I think she immediately makes the mage hand go away. As soon as she sees that
you see that tightness in his mouth, which he's always kind of tight because it looks like he's shoved several lemons in his mouth simultaneously, skin and all. But do you see he's maybe removed 1 lemon? Right,
and it's stuff like that. Yes, we'll bring Kana to assess the weapons. And then
Kana, she's the biggin, right?
Yes, the biggin.
He just leaves, he's not letting you finish, and he walks out the front door and goes, Kana! This bellow.
Kana's gonna look really confused his direction.
It's very similar to your father when he got angry.
Yeah, that's when you kind of see, her ears just kind of point downward. And it's just oh god.
Just that sink of oh shit, Dad's mad.
Yeah, basically.
The lantern oil, is it in a barrel or is it in a smaller type of?
It's in a barrel.
Damn. Okay.
About half
She just-
full, so it's still pretty heavy. But
Yeah, it's still pretty
Well,
heavy.
yeah,
She
Connor's
just like taps the barrel as she's waiting for
And
Connor.
also, like, Saki will know this very well, is that as Kana's walking towards Oleg, her tail is kind of like dragging the ground.
Slightly between the legs, but not really. You'll be fine, Kana. You're not in trouble, I'm sure. You haven't
face
been
is
here
in so
long
much
enough
trouble.
to do anything.
On the other hand, that's the only expression you've seen him wear this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he's like got his head, like his hands on his hip or like crossed on his chest, and he's just waiting for you. And when you get close enough, he's like, "Magic friend says, you know about weapons. Can see what we got." And just turns around and starts walking back.
Relief as he turns around
It's fantastic.
and kind of like bends over a little bit.
This is the
Holy
breeze, like,
crap!
oh, okay.
I am
Just
okay.
Like I said, haven't been here long enough to cause that type of trouble.
Just
Set
near
Lana
enough to
off
go.
on
That's
the
just her
side, by the
instant
way.
reaction.
For those of
Hearing
you who can
someone
see
yell
Svetlana,
like that.
like on the side of the house, she's trying so hard not to laugh. Cause she saw that face, she's like, I know that face.
Yeah, but see, Kana doesn't know that, but she's also been used to being yelled at like that because she's gotten into a lot of trouble.
She looks over at Sarah and Sakura and just goes, "He's just such a charmer, you know. I mean, he's got a big bark like that, but inside he's just a puppy."
Speaking of,
Speaking of puppy.
Yeah.
somebody wants attention.
Oh wow! But and he shows you the weapons and such, and basically gives you the exact like. You're feeling very deja vu right now, Ami, because it's literally the exact same conversation you just had.
That kind of freaks on me a little bit. Like, wait a minute, is it one of my spells? Like, not spells and magic spells, but the other word for spells.
Yeah.
Again, I was like, no, he's just boring. Okay.
Yeah. He's just
Like-
real straightforward.
But when Kana sees like the storeroom and all the weapons and shit, she kind of gets a little excited. It's just like, ooh, more toys.
And I think, yeah, like halfway through that same speech, now knowing that he's very uncomfortable about her, and understand, I was like, okay, she'll like slip out and immediately go up to like, just since Saren was the only one that liked the fire idea initially, it's like, there's a half a barrel of lamp oil. We have to make use of it somehow.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh shit! I shouldn't have taken a drink right then. I'm good. Keep going.
We didn't come up with a trap for the storeroom yet.
Yeah,
It's just a
I think
backup plan, so it doesn't have to be
you're
super explosive, but
How close are they? Can I
we're
hear
outside.
we're
No,
outside.
you can't.
Damn it.
But Sakura's there.
Yeah, they're outside by the house. You're inside in the back, so you are
Yeah.
quite a
I
far.
forget, what's the name of your familiar again, Kay?
Awen.
Awen. It's like, Awen, how well can Awen hold a match to their mouth or their hands? Are they because they could hide, and then when not in the storeroom, of course, but they could light it as soon as those bandits come in to try to collect the furs. We'll leave one ratty fur there.
I don't really
May I remind you,
Awen away from me.
we are in a wooden structure that
I'm sorry, all I'm
But I can
seeing
make
is
fire.
Squirrel from Emperor's New Groove.
But it's lamp oil. Lamp oil doesn't spread. It's made so that you're to be safe to use it. We could dig a ditch around this shed, so then that way the fire stays contained.
Burn quite
It-
large anyway.
it is quite flammable, and while it may not spread itself, that's not to say that sparks from the fire won't go and catch something else on fire. And it is a very small enclosed area. I'm afraid that if one building catches on fire specifically, it will spread, especially since the barn is right next to us and that is filled with hay.
Well, What if we just douse them with the lamp oil and threaten them?
Have you ever seen a man on fire before?
Yes.
Then you know that they run around with a chicken, like their heads cut off, trying to find some sort of relief. Normally that fans the fire further, but that will have them bumping into all sorts of things, including buildings and haystacks
Fun.
But what if we make the fire not inside of here?
If you would like to use the lamp oil for, say, arrows or
the catapult. Oh, it won't work. The catapult. What if? Is it okay? I have to ask that a question. Like, is the catapult bowl made out of wood or like stone or? Wood. Okay, damn. Okay.
It's the cheapest possible catapult.
Okay. Why would she ruin my pyro fun?
There will be time for pyro fun
later.
later.
DM go, I hope you do that. I just can't tell you which parts, because that's...
I know.
I'm all for setting up a trap. I would just prefer to stay away from fire when we're in a place that is so very easily flammable.
Then why would they store a barrel of lamp oil in the heart of their homes?
Probably because they don't figure
I was
that...
there this whole time listening to you guys talk about fire.
Most likely because it's safer to store it where you can keep an eye on it rather than out in the middle of nowhere where, let's say, an animal or something comes in and knocks it over and then you have oil all over the ground and then you come in and, you know, spark from a lantern or a torch, you know, just sets everything ablaze. Which is kind of what I'm worried is going to happen if we try to use lamp oil for traps.
Not lamps.
Yes. I think that it could be very useful if you use it with arrows or some sort of trap.
What is it called?
Outside of the fort?
This is why you would use, and she pulls out, because this is part of the sidekick gear, the prismatic crystal, which glows, and because it's supposed to help with like low lights. Like, why don't you just use one of these instead of wasting all that good lamp oil for lamps?
Because not everybody could afford something quite like that. Lamp oil and...
shiny rock, though. That is the nicest rock I've ever seen.
It is a very pretty rock.
It's a very pretty rock.
It's a very...
I would like to introduce you to a concept called
rock.
fire that isn't for people, as in to make them on fire, so much as to have fire for heat and warmth and light, minus the on fire. Am I connecting dots here?
That does make sense. I'm just used to
Why
making my
are
own
you
light.
chewing your foot?
I love Spell
No, that's valid.
so much.
No, that's very valid, but you see, we're simple folk out here. Sometimes we like to have fire, but not like on us.
I don't think
We
many
like
people
you
like
on
fire
fire.
on them. I mean, I'm
Well, most
resistant to
people-
fire, and I still don't want fire on me.
Exactly. You know, most people resist this procedure. At least from my
Oh.
very limited experience with people on fire. I've singed an eyebrow once or twice, though.
So since I can do this once per day, and I technically wasn't planning to, if the fight happens today, I wasn't planning to use it. I'm going just to casually, because this is just the way she is. Flame on my arm, and just show, but it's just so simple and easy.
For you, perhaps, but not everyone is capable of doing such things.
Oleg and I are not so, shall we say, blessed with the ability to do such thing or to afford such items. But we can afford lamp oil.
We don't use all your lamp oil. Is that what you're saying?
Fur, you didn't use like all of it.
They do
No.
need it for the
I prefer you didn't
It's only
use
6.
oil of it, if you will.
It's only 6 bandits here, so I wouldn't think we need too much.
Yeah,
and she
you're
like
welcome to
shakes
some
her
of it.
hand.
Like,
She just takes her hand so that and the flame goes away. Like,
and so I was just
Question.
kind of watching it like, she was on fucking fire, you guys. I know people have magic, but she was on fire.
The fuck?
Question.
Yes.
And this might bite me in the butt later. Did Ami put the crystal back in her bag?
I'm trying to think.
You did? You did. You took
I
it
didn't
out
say
and
I
you
did,
flamed
no.
on your hand.
Yeah, the other hand, obviously not the same hand.
Yeah, I figured.
So no, she's holding
Getting
it.
there with like flame
And shiny crystal. That
Flame and
glows.
rock. Like,
Yeah.
I love
I
that.
don't understand.
Oh, you humans make everything so much more complicated.
Can I see the
Nods their
shiny
head in
rock?
agreement.
You know, Alana kind of look a little indignant, like, well, excuse me.
Yeah, and because she doesn't realize the nature of Sakura, it's like, shows her the rock. Yes, it's easier this way than wasting lamp oil when I need to write at night. The few times I have to wake up and struggle, and because she doesn't know that you know, and write my thoughts down, that it's just easier to shake this crystal and produce enough light.
She just is. She wants to take the crystal and move it around in her hand and then hold it up to the sunlight and just marvel at the light that's reflecting off of all the facets.
Oh yeah, all the
Quickly
colors
realizing
of the rainbow.
what you guys are like.
There's
got-
like
You've got I want to punch, klepto, flame on, and bondage, I guess. And gender is a construct. But I am not.
Gender is a social construct.
Like I said, gender is a construct, but I'm not. And she's trying so hard and so good-naturedly to have some faith and believe in you guys. And you are steadily making it, within the span of 24 hours, so much harder.
to be fair, Sakura asked for the crystal to look at it. She hasn't even stolen it yet, and everybody's assuming she's going to.
Yet.
But the
The
main
word
thing,
is yes.
the main thing is in her thing is that she likes to steal shiny things for a time, and then she returns them most of the time.
You said you were staring at this somewhat longingly. You are covetous in your face.
I like shiny things. I'm sorry.
Exactly. So I'm saying her like, oh shit, it's not exactly unwarranted. When otherwise you've been pretty cool. She's like, okay, at least her, like, she seems fine, and then suddenly it's like,
Voice of logic has descended.
so I'm just saying, like, the whole, like, yes, precious face going on right now might give her an indication that, oh no, they're all odd.
Super special.
She.
They have lovely personalities.
I
So
will.
good for them.
I will say that she does stare at it and reflect it for just long enough to be that odd that you could see, is she going to give it back or not? But then, after a while, she will give it back to Ami, because her it's like a fix. Like, once she savored enough of that light and that sparkle, then common sense is coming in and it's like, I probably shouldn't try to steal from the people who are in my party and give this back.
Yeah, and Ami has like no idea that all those thoughts. She's like, oh, another person who likes the prismatic crystals.
I like
It's great,
crystals. I like shiny things.
Mommy
I
has
do.
no idea.
Yeah, Ami has no idea. And yeah, she takes it back and puts it back in her pouch, of her many pouches, and then turns to Svetlana and it's like, Arcade's been telling me that you're worried. Just think, even if we are a little odd, I mean, we've only known each other for only the better part of a week, I think. Time sometimes, I lose track of it.
Yeah.
But it's better than you facing him again, alone, scared, having your ring ripped from your fingers. Surely us will be better than that again. wondering if you or your husband is going to survive. We will ensure you will survive.
We will do everything in our power to keep you and your husband safe, as well as this place. Which is why we are not using fire and traps inside of the fort. Outside of the fort,
a trap in the storeroom?
maybe.
A non-fire trap in the storeroom is a good idea.
Yes.
I think it has poison. Poison is usually green, yes? Or acid. I always get those two mixed up.
It depends on the poison. Acid.
I did not hear that
typically
pop. Your mic didn't pick that up.
What? Says Svetlana worriedly going, did I get poisoned?
Well, I don't deal with potions. I only deal with tea, if anything, healing properties. But I saw in the storage room there was a red bottle, a green thick bottle.
No, honey. Red, those are, cures, a lightweight cure.
Oh.
The kind of shiny silver one, let's your beliefs and your faith shield you. Shield of faith +2. And the little kind of green ones are just antitoxins.
Oh, darn.
We get
Some
tassel
medicine.
worms around here sometimes. I'm sure Ed told you the story.
He told us the story.
We
Very
keep those around
impressive.
just in case. Yeah, he's such a man.
He really is.
He is such a man.
I want to say something.
He's a good
actually
man.
real quick.
Yes.
When Terry said, "But Sakura," that just made me think of Cardcaptor Sakura.
Nice.
Excuse me, who do you think I named myself after? That and I'm pink. So,
Well, both of us are pink.
yeah.
Pink.
That's so funny.
Pink punk.
But is there anything else I can help y'all with?
How about just boiling water, then? We can set up a trap to drop boiling water on.
Good word. It burns.
Yes, the other type of burning.
Svetlana. She's like, they just want to maim
I
people.
don't know how we would keep the water boiling. We have no
Yes.
idea when they're coming, and it is quite cold out. It will most likely turn to ice before they arrive. And not thaw in time for us to use it.
The sweet summer child.
Adopted the face of extremely worried mother. She has apparently adopted all of you and is very concerned about your upbringing.
Wait, we had upbringing?
Exactly.
Exactly.
I mean, I kind of raised that one up there, but...
Born as a chaotic teenager.
You know, that explains so much.
Well, okay. So we have the fake archers sorted, mostly. We have to put them together, but Kana's... Did we tell Kana to figure that out? The weapon?
Oh, she's probably already starting to figure that out. That's why she's like bouncing around, very excited, like, ooh, this could go here, here.
And technically I told Oleg if he could
Yeah.
help us construct the
The actual
Like
thing.
mannequins and stuff
Yeah.
to hold
So we
up
still
the
need
other
stuff for the
shit.
catapults.
You two, you know how to use magic, right?
Yes.
Do either of you know how to make sounds from different locations? To make it sound a bit busier in here than it actually does. I think that would also help to really sell the fact that there
Someone's
are
not
more
having
people.
thaumaturgy cantrip.
Well,
For
there's also
expectation,
ghost
that's not what
sound.
it do. True, but that's only for whispers and stuff.
Yeah.
Generally speaking.
Fortunately, my type of ability.
Think more Phasmo sounds, you know.
I think that the only thing I think Saren gets like a very nice
Great.
smile.
All I can imagine now is just one stray bandit entering the
You
camp.
guys don't do any of this. You just hide,
Adults.
and the bandits come to an abandoned fort, and then just sneak up behind you.
And then
I'm
hear them all
sorry.
scream like little girls.
I run around from building to building,
Oh my
randomly
God.
closing and opening doors. They can't
I
see
think-
me.
Throwing shit too.
Mage hand just
Yeah.
setting
Yes.
off the motion sensor.
Amazing. I think Sarah, to that question, will kind of get like a little cheerful grin on her face. Be like, the only thing that I can really do is just make one person hear a really loud scream. Just one, though.
I don't think that
Totally
would.
possible.
It is. I don't.
This is Svetlana's face. She's like,
I don't think a scream would particularly help in negotiations. But if battle breaks out, it could help distract somebody at just the right moment before they land a blow to someone. Maybe I hope it doesn't come to that, but not for this particular purpose.
I can pretend to be a disturbed Fey ghost. If it comes to that. 'Cause I have
I'd
the
like
haunted
it
face.
to
"Well, haunted
assume.
asylum."
Yes.
I would like this to look like a very busy, occupied, lots of people
Abandoned.
here.
But I'm not here. I can't.
People who are living and actually able to do something should they choose not to take our advice and just, attack. That they might feel outnumbered and at least run away.
The fake archers are for, right? The fake.
Well, yes,
do
but
that
that's
already.
why I was hoping that if we had a way to produce some sort of sound, like people talking or moving about, that would make it more real.
RK? I look at RK and just expect RK to make whatever noises the little astrodal can do.
I can't hear you, Pop-Tart. It was silent. What happened? Where's your
Oh
Her voice has been taken. Ah!
no!
Pop-Tart?
Oh,
I think
no!
maybe Discord's being mean, not picking up.
You may have to come out of call and come back in.
Okay, things are gonna go weird. Weird!
The Discord is haunted.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm gonna just take a moment because we gotta wait for video to. There we go.
Hello.
Yay! I'm back!
Okay. Okay.
You talk too much with Phasmo.
Yes, the ghost decided to kill the internet.
This Discord has ghosts.
Damn you, sickle grandma.
But we love
Yes,
Sickle
RK's new
Grandma.
sound, I guess, is.
Shut up, Eric. Doesn't matter.
Oh my god, what?
What did you do?
Oh god, Eric. I was thinking it, but I wasn't gonna be pedantic
That's why I
like
made
that.
the joke.
Yeah.
Go back to
Oh,
your,
so what did RK do?
Go back to
Just make a little
tabletop sim,
noise.
Eric.
just a little Pascal noise, just.
Alwyn's in my familiar satchel, which is where they typically are, but probably sticks their head out and makes a tiny little dinosaur noise. 'Cause they are a tiny little dinosaur.
I love it.
We're very helpful.
Yes.
One of these times, Kanna's just gonna be holding the baby dinosaur and just go like this.
I'm eventually gonna bribe both of them to like me. With
I
fruits.
mean,
and
with
dried
arcade's
meats.
easy. Yeah, just feed arcade food.
Arcade's the easy
Yeah.
one.
I'll
I-
just have
I-
a cat in my hip, so.
I will get Owen a nice warm rock to rest on at night.
Oh, back to the planning.
Yeah.
You guys have got your plans, at least.
Mhm.
Now you're just finding materials and how to do that.
Yeah.
You still want to see the general direction and stuff they come from, just kind of get a lay of the land, and if you'll be able to see them, I guess, just kind of what you're... If you'll see
Yeah.
the approach, if you'll know the approach, and also where from.
Mhm.
You still do need some supplies. Oleg gives you a very basic list of, he needs sticks, basically.
Sticks.
And I would pretty much not command, but I would be tell Ed, all right, you gotta pull all the furs that you just put in there, and you gotta put them somewhere else safe because this is gonna be a new trap.
Alright. And he's just like piling these furs on him like the first time he's on. He just becomes like, I can't put down my arms kind of guy.
And if it's a fur, you wouldn't mind getting damaged, just so that, you know, they think there's stuff in here still.
Which one is the bad one? Which one are you able to let go?
Guys, he has his pride.
Ladies' eyes. He comes back like 5 minutes later and you realize he's taken like one of the newer furs and put it on, and he's taken like his fur cloak off. Mm-hmm. Which you can see in like some places worn through a little bit. He's probably worn it for several winters now.
Right.
It definitely has a
musk.
A musk, yes. It might
yes, perfect. The musky ratty robe.
If we're lucky, maybe it'll combust on its own.
I mean, that's why I generally don't stand too near fires.
Oh, I thought it was just because you were so hairy.
Well, I mean, if I stood near enough, it would kind of singe it all off, and then I wouldn't have to worry about it so much. Just keep me warm in the winter, though, my pelt.
I think this is the first time that she has like kind of face, like
it's
referring to it as a pelt.
It's kind of like a
and
waterfowl.
honey, I think you might be talking a little bit too much.
Where the water just kind of slicks off and get.
Yes, that is a visual that will be
just like,
burned in my head.
Just stop talking now, and it's okay.
It's okay. He unbuttons one button and does a Varric.
Oh my God.
And it's just man dwarf fur.
I just immediately go and like throw the musky pelt into the now slightly more empty. Yeah, I think that would be like my whole thing is trying to make it look like as if the area is still full with items for them to take, but like spread out the pelt. And still sound like if only we had acid.
You really want to burn people?
You're burning.
I could make acid with my hands, but then I would have to punch them, and I'd rather avoid that. I can do other things without getting physical.
Just gonna put in my notes that Ami is a pyro in many different forms.
Consider that if you want to make it look like there's more stuff in there, you could pile some snow and then cover it with fur. Says Ed, still unbuttoned.
Yeah. She just cocks her head towards him, not looking at him.
My eyes are up here.
Your eyes are down here because the height difference here.
I think Sarah, who is at that height, is like, is this uncomfortable to live with?
What, this? He starts like running his fingers through it, like, what, this?
Because I think like Sarah's body is essentially like
hairless,
bark and hairless, and like leaves.
Like, no, actually, it's helps keep me warm in the winter, to be honest.
It must be nice.
He's like a giant cat. Or a bear.
Let's go with bear, like a very short bear.
Oh no, I think
like a teddy bear, like a bear cub.
A very cute bear.
Ami's just like shoveling snow inside.
And then Sakura gives him like a nice little hug and a pat on the head.
I probably deserve this somehow.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to explain.
You know, when you said I was kind of a bear, it's I'm big, strong, and hairy, and then you call me a teddy bear, and you know that's not nearly as threatening.
You want to?
Would you like to be on the front line, Ed?
Wait, what?
Would you like to be on the front line? If you want to prove your masculinity and your toughness, we could definitely have you.
I didn't say I had to prove anything. Let's get some.
But if you feel bad, we just want to make you feel better, and we can have you be our shield. And she kind of just gives a very feral kind of grin.
But teddy bears are small and cute and get more hugs than big. I don't think you heard me.
I'm sorry, I was being emasculated on a second front.
I wasn't trying to emasculate you. I was trying to say that you get more hugs.
I know I have a soft center, but you know I'd like to project a certain level of not tenderness until I get to know somebody.
Why it's important not to rely so much on your gender.
You know, I'm starting to follow this, like, this train of thought. I was laying in bed last night. Well, I was laying on their couch last night, and I was
There was
staring
a
at the
perfectly
ceiling.
good bed for you to use. I'm not sure why.
So I was laying on the couch last night, staring at the ceiling, and I was like, you know, maybe gender is a construct. I mean, what makes a man, really? You know?
Exactly.
I mean, some dwarf ladies have nicer beards than this. This isn't even a good beard. This is just, you know, a mess.
Your work beard.
Yeah, it's my
It's
work
so
beard.
fluffy.
Yeah, but there's like a whole ecosystem in here.
God, I wish I was a part of this conversation.
I kind of wish I didn't know that.
I mean, all dwarven beards are ecosystems in and of themselves.
So
You
you're like,
don't know how dwarves work, do you? You're giving me crap because I don't know how women work, but you don't know how dwarves work, do you?
I've never met a dwarf.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to be
so are you closer to plant than like Saren? If you have an ecosystem.
No, it's
I
more
mean, that
of
would explain the height if they're closely related.
Yeah.
No. Anyway. These are nice.
Kana, you can always just show up since this is just happening. Like maybe
Right,
running.
I mean, of Ed having a apparently midlife crisis now.
I'm sorry, Ed.
Okay, after
Am I a
like
man?
just
Am I a
as
dwarf?
it's getting to
What
this
have I become?
conversation, like as this conversation is coming out, like Con just kind of like peeks out. It's just like, you done traumatizing the poor man?
Not trying
What
to
is the hell
traumatize him.
you doing?
Dwarves. I'm learning about
You know
them.
what? Here's the deal. If we survive this
Uh-huh.
all goes and survive happily,
Uh-huh.
I will sit down and I will tell you how dwarven beards work. Because it is fascinating.
Right, so what are we getting for the catapults?
Zaren's like, fuck yeah, teach me.
Saren has purpose now.
Yes,
So
well,
I'm still standing off the side going, okay.
I think like since Kana has not heard this whole conversation, she's kind of looking over to Svetlana too, sharing the same expression. She's like, I don't know what is going on.
Kana, do y'all need to know anything else from me, or should I just wait?
At the moment, I don't think so, unless Saki needs something.
Alright.
I just have to wait on the mannequin so I can put them up to make it look like fake soldiers.
Alright. That's it.
we have to get the sticks.
Ace. Steve.
Sticks. So, with that, we're gonna fast forward a little bit here. But, I mean, it's actually 10 o'clock, which is our time for our break.
Break time!
Break time. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back quarter past, we'll say.
The hour.
Just make it easy. Alright. And when we come back, we will find out how this goes.
It's gonna
Yay!
go superb.
So
Even without
well.
the fire, it's gonna go superb.
Yeah.
You can spark. We can still make fires. It'll just be more impromptu. I'm just
With that,
saying.
we'll be back after the break.
We'll be back after these messages.
Messages from our sponsors.
We don't have sponsors. We got art. Enjoy the art.
Enjoy the art.
All right, I'll be right back.
we're back.
Wow.
Yes.
So, when we last left off, all 10 minutes ago, y'all were about to start gathering your supplies, mostly sticks. Svetlana offers to help since she lives around these parts, as you might imagine. So whoever is going to go on the stick gathering quest, she will accompany you, so you don't get lost.
What skill would that be?
I
I'd
imagine
say
survival.
Survival. Yeah.
Survival?
I don't go.
Okay.
I want to go
I
because I do want to get a lay of the land.
Yeah, kind of wouldn't be much help either.
I mean, I have decent skills for like finding things. So if Sakura wants 2 people to go, then I can go. But if Sakura prefers to go,
I mean,
I offer either way.
Whoever wants to come can come. I'm not like saying, oh, you can't come. But if there's something you'd rather be helping with, like with setting up the scarecrows or doing something else, setting traps, I mean, that's fine too. I just figured because I specifically wanted to go get the lay of the land, I could do that on my own if other people wanted to do other things.
Like,
So
split up the work.
I have a check mark in craft, but it's blank. So
Because craft and profession both will do that.
Okay.
Basically, you kind of get what you put in there. You clear it with me, but essentially, profession you could have like profession carpenter, and if it was a carpentry related skill, then you could roll profession carpentry instead of whatever I suggest because it would be specifically like relevant to profession sailor instead of for navigation on a ship instead of just survival that maybe you're not as good at. That kind of vibe. And same thing for craft. Usually craft is like, oh, craft knitting or
Like
sewing or
I have craft cooking right now.
Okay. So I probably should figure out because I have craft and professional checked, but they're blank.
So you can feel free just talk with me between sessions, and we'll figure out something appropriate.
And we can have more than just the one, right?
You totally can.
Okay.
Again, that's clear with me because within reason, I'm a professional. I have profession sailor and profession hunter. Well, you're level
I'm a
1, bro.
professional
Dude,
cannonballist.
I could so see Kana having the weaponsmith profession.
Whoa. But that's a different thing. We'll
Your
talk
body's
about
a
that
weapon,
later.
though. Yeah, I don't think she'd be. Yeah, I don't think she'd go out.
I think Saren will go mostly because Saren hasn't got to know Sakura that much, and see this as an opportunity for possibly learning more things about her.
Yeah.
More than the actual like mission that they're on. She's like, who's this person?
Let's make friends.
Sort of a backpack basket, if you will.
Nice.
We've all seen those Studio Ghibli and videos and stuff, and anime. And she offers one to you as well, Sakura. She does not offer you one, Saren, but graciously says it's because it would interfere with your wing.
Be true.
Exactly, not because you're tight. Not because you're the size of a tall child. And she doesn't take you far. She does take you into kind of a patch of trees that, because even if you guys look at the map and stuff, you can see that anywhere that doesn't have forest on it is considered plains. That doesn't mean there aren't little, bits. And so she takes you kind of where they get their firewood and that sort of thing when hunters don't bring it to them. It's not heavily dense. You can still pretty easily see your ways out of it, but it's dense enough if you're unfamiliar or had really awful survival. Or rolled really awful survival, you could still probably get lost. Because it's bigger than a mall. And malls usually have maps that say you are here, and this does not. And she just starts gathering sticks that she thinks would be appropriate. Every once in a while you see her kind of test one to see if it's like bendy at all. Having heard your earlier suggestions on maybe kind of like make some fake bows. So, like, sometimes she'll test one, like, see if it'll give enough. Those are harder to find, though. But she tries.
Yeah. Do you want me to roll anything, or?
roll a survival or perception, I will say. Whichever one is better / you prefer.
I will roll perception because I at least get something out of that. See, now, that would have been a 4 otherwise.
Yeah.
I rolled an 8.
Hey, you find sticks.
Stick.
Stick.
Found the
Stick.
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 Got stick.
I am in a gather as much as I can. We'll figure it out when we get back because the more time we can spend building this stuff rather than gathering.
This is less of a failure to find sticks. You're finding sticks just fine, but you're just not discriminating in any way. You're just picking up sticks. You are just loading your basket with sticks. So some of them, you know, when you get back, she'll be kind of like,
This one's rotted.
this is a bad stick for what we're doing.
It's
on
broken.
I thought it could be a finger.
We'll put it on the pile that we can use
So-
to burn, maybe.
But yeah, so there's a number of them that will be tinder.
Yeah.
Because she'll try to be kind when you get that far. That's like, well, this could maybe be a bit of a kindling. Because that's also real important for all this. Because it certainly can't work through the night if you can't see.
Fair enough.
I
did a
brief glance over at Ami. Ami's general direction. But
does Sarah... I was gonna ask if Sarah had any questions for Cora while we were out.
Or you were also searching for stick.
Yeah, I think at first, Sarah will play at looking for sticks, so I will roll survival. She doesn't have a thing to put them in anyway, so they're kind of like, why would I? Yeah, I got a 4, which is super expected.
Essentially, you're doing the same thing. You're just having worse luck. Because you can't even pick up the sticks that would make sense. Because for those, like, you have to, like, double arm it, which is a little tough. So you're getting a lot of smaller sticks. You're getting a lot of kindling.
So just admiring the sticks.
Yeah, and so every once in a while, like, this is a nice stick. Isn't this a nice stick, you guys?
So I think upon that, like, having just 2 really nice sticks that they really like, they'll kind of wander over to where Kura is currently picking up some similar but slightly better sticks.
Tis good, I might say.
Yeah. Have you had to do much of this kind of gathering before?
Not particularly this type of gathering. More of... How should I put it? I normally gather fruits and vegetables and herbs for cooking, and only when I need it.
Where are you from and where did you learn to cook?
One moment, I know I wrote this down.
Look in our backstory, Feedy.
I know.
Okay.
Damn it! No, wait, no. That's the nationality that my... I'm from the city that House Garess sits... I can't remember what the name is out of character.
Good, tonight is not.
I feel less alone.
Yeah.
But I have House Grass Brevoy as my homeland, and then
Yeah.
Tianmin, which is the nationality that's more Eastern Japanese descent that our bloodline is from.
Right. That's from, like, where your mom was from, was the area that, from Tian Sha in general. But Tianmin is the specific group. Yeah, Tian Sha XIA reference.
Sorry, I gotta ping. What was that last part?
I was just saying, Tian Sha is the land that houses the Tian people.
Okay.
Tianmin is just the specific group that is our rough equivalent to Japanese in this case. But But yes, you're from the lands that house Caress.
It's a farther north than where we started out from. But I normally do most of the cooking and cleaning and darning and, well, all the motherly duties when it comes to my sister and I, and try to keep her out of trouble as much as I can. But that normally leaves me to go do the gathering, and she gets into mischief, and honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way.
But I bring home treats when I do.
Well, everybody needs a little excitement in your life. I'm sure you make your own excitement as well, but I know I'd be desperately bored if there weren't people around to tell me all sorts of interesting things, like add in his crazy, amazing adventuring story.
I can see that. And then, of course, there is that excitement and lure and entertainment when it comes to handling my sister. But I'm not eagerly looking for excitement.
Lee? Why not?
My sister gives me plenty, to be quite honest. But I suppose because things have been difficult in the past, I just want to live the quiet life. Not having to worry about money or having to worry about, whether people are going to come home for dinner or not. You kind of get the sense of, when she says that, she's not really saying, like, coming home for dinner, more of whether or not they're going to come back home alive. But trying to say it in a more of a polite, skirting the subject sort of way.
And I think Sarah would look thoughtful at that, because they have learned in their experiences to not pry immediately into matters of life and death. Because they've done that in a bar or two before when inebriated, and it has not turned out well for them. So I think they'll look thoughtful at that, and instead of asking, they'll say something like, I had something like that once, when I didn't have to worry about much. But I was always ready to leave, and when it was time, I left. I guess we just have different things that we're looking for.
And I can understand that, of course. I mean, everybody has their own dream and own adventures they like to pursue. Mine just tend to be more of the mild type. I'd rather stay home and raise a family than go off fighting bandits, but there's still time to fight bandits, so I might as well get it,
Well, young yet, you've got plenty of time for family.
So you have Kana.
Kana! I love my sister dearly. I love my sister very much. But when I say that I want a family, it's not quite what I meant. I'd like to have a husband someday and children of my own. And give them what I couldn't have.
Meet lots of men. I won't say any of them are worth husband material that aren't already taken, but you will meet lots of men.
Well, that would please my sister at the very least. But I'm sure that I will meet someone who will appreciate the same things I do.
We do get some good folk around here. They're not all bandits and Ed. he's a sweet
Lovely.
fella, but you know, I wouldn't necessarily say he's prime husband material.
He's far too tender
He's
for that.
he's a good he's a good man. But
He's a good man, and he will find the right lady someday. Or man, or neither. Whatever he prefers. Gianna says, after looking at you briefly, it's like, man, or woman, or neither.
Smile at that. They're like, it's working.
She's trying. Yeah. You know, when he meets the right individual, or individuals, I guess that's a thing, then, you know, he'll do whatever Ed do, and he'll share his
body hair.
He'll share his ecosystem with people who care. And oh boy, this got strange very fast.
I understand what you mean, Sakura. I'm just teasing.
well, that's
Finding someone nice can be, well, very nice. Yeah.
I'm a firm believer that there is someone for everyone, but that same someone and something might not necessarily be the same for everyone. But I do believe that everybody has their own happiness that they can achieve. And I hope to find mine someday.
I'm sure as soon as we set up things, I think not referencing too specifically to what they're on a mission for, because they still haven't really done that.
Yeah.
I'm sure when things that we are working on are a little more stable, you can focus on that a little bit more. I guess I can help, but I can't promise to make it super easy for you because I have a tendency for drama.
I'm afraid to ask. Maybe it's a good thing that it's a bit far off that I think that will happen, but I'm also a firm believer that things that will be, and they will happen naturally.
That is a good outlook on life.
So, Lana, how did you meet Oleg?
I'm interested in that too. To be quite honest.
Story of that. Oleg, I don't know if y'all have noticed. I'm sure you haven't. He's so not obvious about any of it. But he's kind of a
old goat?
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
I heard you say that earlier too.
We were both in Rostov. I was a bit younger then. I was a bit of Spitfire. And he was, you know, a man in want of a wife. And, well, my parents thought it was a good idea. He wasn't so sure when he first met me. But I guess the Spitfire charmed him a bit. Well, he thought that I was the type of woman who could whip these lands into shape, at least the ones he wanted. And I don't say it was always easy, but we've been married for a few years now, and I haven't regretted it.
Well, that's always a good thing. One obviously shouldn't regret the one they marry.
Do maybe regret the bar fight on our honeymoon.
Bar fight? When you're
Sounds like my kind of story.
Well, see, the thing was...
You chose to stay behind.
I did mention the whole Spitfire thing, and he's always been kind of a quiet man, and I thought it'd be good to introduce him to some of my friends from the classes I was taking. And one of them challenged his honor, and you don't do that in Rostov, of course. And he had no sword training, so I offered to be his champion, if you will, and he found that quite offensive initially. So I proved to him that I could be his champion by punching him. But his immediate reaction to being punched was to punch back. And then the fight broke out. So that was a thing. But they didn't insult his honor anymore.
I hope it ended well.
Well,
They're still married.
After that. No, I mean like something good came out of that night.
Well, they're still married.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Honey, they're still married. I'm pretty sure something good came out of that.
Wow, 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 wow.
Exactly.
Brown chicken, brown cow. But you know, he's I know he's being pretty brisk with y'all, and he really does appreciate the help. It's just been harder these past couple months. She kind of seems to like kind of look to the side for a minute, like she wants to say something else, but she's not quite spitting it out.
Is everything okay? Is there something more than bandits that you're worried about?
Yeah, I mean, not exactly. He, well, I you know, folks in Restov, y'all mentioned knowing about that sort of thing and having their pride and that sort of thing, and, the bandits started coming about 3 months ago. When they first came, there was quite a few more of them than there have been these past few visits. When they realized that it's just the two of us, numbers, you know, dwindled a bit. Once we decided we weren't putting up a fight. Well, as much as this past visit, one that your friend seems to be more aware of. Well, that was one of the friendlier visits, to be honest. I remember one of the first ones. There were probably a dozen bandits total. There was the cloaked man. He's the one that took the ring last time. But there was a woman with him back then, and I think she's his boss, to be honest. She was. I mean, I don't think a lot of people have poison in their veins, but she just might. I don't know what she has in mind exactly, but let's just say that the things she said certainly convinced us to cooperate. She ended up taking a few of our other wedding gifts back then. Nothing real fancy, to be honest. We had like a nice couple candle holders. I mean, what use is that out here? But she took those as a price for she had a couple hatchets, and she said that was the price for not shortening Oleg's reach. But for good measure, his knee was injured well before then. It's been years. He was out, he tripped over a branch, fell down a hill. You know, silly accident. But for good measure, when he tried to stop her from taking them because they were from my mom, she kicked him in his bad knee. He's been limping ever since. It wasn't so bad before. But after that, they seemed to back down a bit once they realized we weren't gonna try to stop him any further. But his past few times, it's only been the big hooded guy. And he came with just a handful of men, and then even less the last time. As long as she don't come back, I don't think you'll have too much trouble. She seemed smarter and meaner than the rest of them. But without her, they mostly are idiots, to be honest. Big foolish men who think they can push people around.
Well, hopefully we can change their mind.
Or push
The
them
more
around.
and more I hear, sadly, the more and more I hope that they don't.
So we can push them around. I like how you think, Skara.
Of course, there's...
Oh, I want to do more than just punch him around.
You're not here.
You're not there, Spelzy.
I know. Shut up.
But I think the big trouble is eventually someone's got to do something about Staglord himself. And I don't envy that.
Do you happen to know how many they might have at their camp? You mentioned a dozen before.
Enough, well, it's not like you're the first group to pass through here. There was some months back. Gosh, it was summertime, I think. Still warm months, and a group came from up north. That's why I was so surprised when I saw y'all. You had the same fancy rules and stuff. So I figure you must come from Brevoy proper. And they heard about the Stag Lord and decided they'd make a name for themselves, supposedly, and now he brags that he has their heads on plaques. Not that anybody's seen them, because nobody goes that far, but, I mean, if he can take out folk from, the kingdom, what chance do we have?
Well, if we can keep them from going back to their masters one way or another, maybe we can dwindle their numbers slowly. Work on getting your fort fixed up. I'm not quite sure how much it would take to do so, but I'm hoping that we can convince them in some way that
there's a fair few you have a chance for it. One or two of the folks in the new crop, if you will. Not all of them are so bad. I recognize some. Used to be hunters and traders and such in this area, but
normally people steal and do this because they have no other way. I know a fair bit of that myself.
I think a fair number of them got caught up in that, and they didn't have anything to give. At least if they worked with the bandits, they'd be spared. I can't exactly blame them for wanting to survive.
That's why I want to give them a chance. I don't want to just kill them.
You're right.
And even if they don't listen, I hope that we don't have to kill them. I mean, we have ways of keeping them prisoner here for... Even if we can't send them back to Brevoy directly, there has to be other ways of dealing with them other than just ending a life. But as I said when we spoke earlier, and she'll look to Lana, our duty is to you first. Keep you and your husband safe. Keep your fort intact, so your livelihood isn't impaired. We'll do what we can.
Hope for you guys than folk that came through last time. She kind of stands up and adjusts the pack full of sticks. They were stupid. Y'all are odd, but smart.
It'll perk up at that, yes, I am odd. And have their 2 tiny sticks.
I imagine they're both forked and you're just walking around imitating your familiar.
I'd rather be odd than stupid, I will say that. I think being odd gives us a better way of thinking outside of the box, so to say. And maybe that will help us in the end. At least I hope so.
I'm not sure you've ever met a box that could contain you.
I don't know. When I was little, I liked hiding in boxes. And barrels. Under carts.
I think we got enough sticks.
I think we have enough sticks, too.
Come on, let's get back to your friends.
Yes.
Student chorus, holding 2 sticks. They're familiar as one in their mouth.
Somebody needs to draw a little dinosaur with a stick in his mouth, wagging his tail like a puppy. Someone please draw that for me.
I've got a stick. Stick.
Oh.
I need that, and I need balloon ochre, just kind of with ink on its paw.
All going on. Yeah. Kana and Ami, what are you guys up to while the stick gathering club bears their feelings?
I'd say like I could see Kana just like kind of practicing her swing with her bat, like off somewhere where she's not going to hit and break anything.
I think like if like we manage to get all the the fake army men up there and everything, she might have gathered like stuff to help with the catapults, like the items that was discussed earlier and everything. I don't know. I don't think she'd attempt it, like realizing maybe Sakura and Saren are a little bit better at managing that. She's still trying to figure. I think she's still trying to figure a way to what can we do that's not fire related to trap them into the pelt room. And but otherwise, I think she'd wander around a bit and maybe probably watch Kana do her drilling.
Oh yeah, you would probably be able to see she's probably however long it's been since they've been out. She's worked up quite a sweat, and so she's kind of got her kimono wrapped around her waist, so it's just kind of the top of her unitard, and she's gonna sweat, and you can see that she's pretty toned.
Yeah. Very toned.
She's drunk.
So yeah, I think her and RK are just happily watching the show. It's almost meditative for her, just to because yeah, she is very definitely impressed, but the same whatever movements you're doing, she's just kind of zoning in on it. Yeah.
Yeah, she's kind of doing a mix of swinging the bat plus kicking and using her gauntlets.
I want to push the pyro thing more, but at the same time, I'm she was.
Not pyro.
Yeah, no pyro. Can't be pyro all the time.
Not this time. Pyro, not good time this time.
Yeah.
I think while you're doing that, Ed and Oleg are off on the side because they're waiting for the sticks to finish all the scarecrows.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So drawing in the dirt with a tinder twig kind of stick, planning how exactly to do it to make it to basically utilize the least amount of materials with the most effectiveness.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, how are we gonna fake this part? Would it be better to cover their faces or give them faces?
I would probably mention, and this is probably the most. Oh damn! My light went off. I forgot it was on.
Hey Diana, it's dark.
It's dark. I dark. That's why.
It become dark.
It become dark. Roll perception check. Do you notice dark?
Now I need the fire. See, this is why I kept talking about the fire.
I rolled a 3 perception. Hey, guess what? It's dark.
Exactly.
It's dark as fuck.
I've done that before when somebody rolled really low. Yeah, and sometimes it's, hey, did you find the sticks? And sometimes, how well did you find sticks? But I have done it before where it's I roll a perception check. I rolled a 1. Dark.
It's dark out there.
It's dark.
Not even it's dark. The 3 got it dark. 1 got dark.
Dark. But, so I think, yeah, so just being very, what? You're connected.
Dark.
I want dark. Dark like my soul.
I'll just stay in the dark. You get a dark version of me now.
Ooh, after dark, thanks for playing.
I mean,
but it can't be after dark. It's dark right now.
Oh shit!
Yeah, but now it's even more dark. It after
It's
regular
dark
dark, now into uber dark.
It went from Toonami to Nick at Night.
Oh, that's why. Okay. The
No,
USB hub was powered off. That's why.
No, it went from like Adult Swim to Nami.
Yeah.
So she would tell Oleg that she would mention that we do, for some to ensure that at the very least whatever they're using to have the dummies hold the hands or hold the weapons to make that secure. And it's um Saren and I will be using our abilities to wave them about, so we don't want them to accidentally fall off, you know. By the way, she'd let them plan that whole thing because, who doesn't know how to craft dummies?
You probably figure that, they hunt and farm. They probably know some basic thing. And you are city. You don't know how to scarecrow.
Yeah.
However, if you look at the drawing, Ed has drawn, it's like a stick figure with, a circle head and, a triangle body. And that's about as far as it's gotten.
Right.
But these are really nice drawings.
Smooth lines,
Very
it's hard to
smooth
do
lines.
the smooth lines.
Very, he's cleared some of the snow so they can get down to the dirt. Very smooth, very impressive. It's a 3D model of snow.
Nice. Yeah, so other than mentioning that, she lets them, the men plan because, that's not her forte. But I think after a while, she watching, how zoned out are you when you're doing your practicing?
You'd have to yell, how either Oleg would yell at her or how Saki would have to yell at her to get her out of it.
Okay, well,
she does not pay attention. When she's focused, she's focused.
So what she's curious, and this is gonna be dumb.
Even better.
Right? She's curious, and she doesn't have much hand-to-hand combat. That's not her thing. But as you're doing some sort of move or something, she decides despite Arcade protesting no, this is dumb, goes and tries to stand in front of you to see to try and see if she can defend. Not attack you, but is in your way.
Hey. So here's how this is gonna go. There's rules.
That's why I asked how focused she was.
So okay. 2 different paths I could do for this.
Well, okay, tunnel vision. She's tunnel vision.
Tunnel vision. Okay,
so she's not fully paying attention to what's going on in her peripherals.
So it would be safe to say that if someone suddenly stood in front of you, that would kind of okay, combat, go. It wouldn't necessarily hit you immediately that oh, don't, wait.
Yeah. Friend. Yeah, for her, it would just be oh shit, someone's in front of me. Smack.
Okay. In that case, we're gonna say essentially initiative order here for our brief, hopefully, combat here. Your action was to move in front of her and be there. That was kind of your action. So, Saki, I need you to roll an attack roll.
You mean Kana?
Kana, thank you. You're Saki, you're Kana.
Hi.
You, whatever the hell your name is.
That's why I call Sakura Saki instead of Kura, because it's really confusing.
Yeah, because Kura and Kana. Yeah, so, but you, Punch Babe, with Tetsubo, I need you to roll an attack roll on Ami.
Okay.
Which is your D20.
Yep.
Plus whatever it say on weapon. So in your case, I can pull it up here and help you out. It's very similar to D&D.
Yeah, I know. I'm just debating if it would be at that moment the Tetsubo or her fist.
You said you were swinging the Tetsubo. You know what? Let's.
She's doing a mix of both.
Roll the D20. We'll say odds is Tetsubo, even is fist. Fair?
Yep. Okay, it's an even.
Okay, so you are punching.
I'm punching. In the middle of punching. So now I just do an attack roll plus. That would be a 13.
13. is Ami's AC. Now, how that works in our game, if it's a tie, the attacker wins.
Mm-hmm.
So you hit. Now roll for damage.
That's a D8. Find my D8. There you are.
Yeah, D8 plus 3. Remember.
Go! Get back
You are
in
not
there.
holding back because you.
Nope. So that'd be 5. 5 damage.
Cool. 5 damage. So, Ami, she hits you for 5 points of damage.
Okay. I'm just looking.
Those
I'm
are
just
spiked
double-checking.
gauntlets, by the way.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just double checking. Oh, I gotta
So that
remember all
bitch
my
is gonna
psychic stuff.
hurt.
Yeah. So for you, Ami.
Aw. Hold on.
So,
I'm just. I thought I had to read. All of these are if I cause damage. Okay.
Right.
I was just double checking all of these. Other than. So yeah.
So yeah, you step in front of her just to see like her reactions, like what's up. It's like, okay, I'm gonna defend myself, and you're kind of waiting to find out like Tetsu. Excuse me. Tetsubo fist. And she pulls back and she just lunges with a hard punch. And it comes so fast and you're like, oh shit, that big. Then for a second it blanks and you almost like you start moving out of the way, it's very close. But like these last 2 fingers, basically, with their spikes on them, managed to just hit you like right in the diaphragm.
Okay, I was
And
expecting
like knock the
face.
breath out of you. No, I'm gonna say, despite the height and stuff, where she's aiming, Kana's used to fighting people who are less tall than her.
True. Yeah.
And so I think, given that you're used in, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would assume that given that you're mostly used to like bar fights and stuff as your primary fighting, you don't punch people in the face because teeth. Yeah. If you don't have your gauntlets on, which you wouldn't have in most bar fights, you're gonna get teeth and stuff that cut up your knuckles, and that's gonna fuck you up. Whereas if you hit the diaphragm, that's gonna knock the wind out of them and disable them and leave them open for further.
Yeah, they'll
punch.
go down quicker.
Right. So she hits you right about, center mass, like right in the diaphragm, and it knocks the air out of you. And hurts. It probably is gonna bruise.
When that happens, that she comes out of her focus, just like, oh.
Yeah. Abi just kind of moves back and just like kind of coughs and like try to get like air back in. It's like, oh wow! I thought I was a little faster than that.
Stupid to stand in front of me.
I thought I had figured out your choreography. I thought I could. I almost blocked it.
No, you didn't.
Almost. I thought I had.
She was pretty close to dodging it.
Yeah.
Like you know that didn't connect. It connected well. You got a good spot because you aim center mass.
Mm-hmm.
But she was almost. She caught a lesser punch than it would have been otherwise.
It was 5 points, right? That's what I heard.
5 points damage.
Because I only have 2
But,
HP.
yeah, a tie, you still win, but how many do you have total?
2. I only have 7
You know
HP.
what? You're still alive. You're still up. And death doesn't work the same in Pathfinder as D&D. We'll get to that. That's a whole different thing.
Oh my god!
It is more or less kind, depending on how you look at it.
So I'm
There's
trying,
no death saves.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to be like, oh yeah, that doesn't, because it wasn't a full, and I think she knows that wasn't a full punch, but still, yeah, she.
Yeah, because you feel the outline of the last 2 fingers on you're like, oh, yeah. I know how many spikes happened.
Yeah, and it's just trying her best to shake it off, not doing a really good job of it.
Yeah, Kana would feel very bad and help you over to sit down.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, do I need to get you anything?
Should be completely lying through her teeth. I will be fine. I had a thought, and sometimes those thoughts aren't good thoughts to follow through, but I wanted to see if it got super physical tomorrow, if I... And she's trying to breathe through the pain. And I was just curious on if you'd stop. I'm not mad. Trust me, I'm not. I understand. You're very focused, and I like that. But, and she's just like kind of prodding at her abdomen, like, oh, this is gonna leave like huge marks and everything and welts.
There's gonna be fucking large bruise there.
Yeah. But I had a belief in my head that I could have reacted faster, or sometimes I have these thoughts that I have different abilities. And just watching you so elegantly going through the motions, how you would switch back through your bat and your fists, and I don't know.
Next time you want to get my attention in anything, do not touch me, do not stand in front of me. Definitely do not stand in front of me. Yell for me.
You didn't
Or
like
get
the
my
yelling.
sister.
You didn't
Well,
like the yelling, Lilia.
That was from Ole, because that reminded me of when I get in trouble with my father. That's different.
Okay. And you get to see that she's definitely trying very hard not to be like, fine. It's just like sitting
And
there.
there's like, I'm dying, Squirtle.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm dying.
Yeah, she's just whispering like.
And like in the back of her head, Saki's gonna fucking kill me.
Yeah. I was gonna ask her, are we almost back?
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say about the time this is wrapping up, you guys are walking up, but you're seeing her like sitting down, like.
Yeah, and this
I'm
is
fine.
like Saki can tell that Kana did
Like
something
sister
wrong.
psychic magic.
Cause like her ears are down, Kana's ears are down again, and kind of like, her tail's kind of like scrunched up a little bit in the back.
Whoops.
So it's just like fluff behind Kana.
Pom pom.
It's a pom
Yeah.
pom.
Sarah will like almost fly to walk faster fly over to Ami. What happened?
Nothing.
She stood in front of me while I was training, practicing.
And let me guess, she hit her.
Mm-hmm.
I almost blocked it. Almost.
I mean, are you okay? You're all having
she
a
said.
very bad day, aren't you, honey?
And she's just like, yeah, I'm fine, and not being good at all right now, or even trying to really.
Out of character, first Ami gets mentally abused, and now she's getting physically.
Hey,
He's having
Sarah.
a rough
That's why I said
time.
she's
But she
not having a
volunteered
good
both
day.
times.
Yeah, Sarah is gonna look at
Ooh.
Ami and say, "Can I do something? It won't hurt this time."
You must be a little more specific. But she says this as she like hands out her hand, because she assumed it's touch base.
Yeah, so I do have Cure Light Wounds, so I'm gonna go ahead and cast that. I just want to see if I can help you, and I think she'll reach out and she'll take her hand. Like they'll take their hand between both of their own. And they're, you know, because her little familiar is my feet, kind of focus on her while she works on this. And
Yeah.
I think I have to.
You have to roll for how much you heal, yeah.
Yeah.
Should be 1d8 plus 1, I believe.
Yes.
Because it goes up to level and it's plus 5.
Yeah,
so,
it's per level.
yeah, so up to plus 5.
So, okay. So I rolled 7 plus 1, so 8.
Yeah, so you get all your and it doesn't stack on top or anything, but you feel it's just like suddenly there's this kind of, for a moment you almost feel the same sensation as like a moderate, like kind of warm summer day, like just laying in the grass with a breeze and the sun. It's very warm and kind of invigorating in the same way that like something mentholated is, but not cold. But it has that same sort of like, and it's almost like your sinuses open up. Like you feel really good now.
Yeah,
You're feeling much better. It might still bruise, but you can feel like it's already less tender.
Yeah, I
Like,
can
it's-
breathe without like
Yeah, you can
gasping.
breathe
Is it hurting?
fine. You know, that's
Yeah.
completely fine.
But like I wanted to say like just as this is healing or as she does the spell, like when she says I just want to help you, she Ami says you did, you answered my letters. And then like oh, I wish I
Very
could do
confused. They're not at all understanding what that's about.
and he's like, oh, see, that wasn't so bad. And she says that specifically to RK, like it was just
Yeah.
a test.
Nana's already walked away at this point while that was going on. She feels really bad.
For now, it's fine.
Sticks instead.
Take these
Seems like
sticks
it's been an
and
exciting day. Let's go sort some sticks.
what is Sakura doing?
Sakura would have been taking the sticks over to the men so that they can work on the scarecrows. But she's like, as she's doing it, she's keeping an eye specifically on Ami. But as she's seeing that Suen is kind of like taking care of her, she'll relax a little. But she's still like motherly looking over them, trying to figure out what's going on. Like, she understands that this was an accident, and this wasn't even caused by her sister, so she's not gonna, like, go
For once, yeah.
and yell at her
No,
sister.
she's always expecting Saki to yell at her.
Oh.
But yeah, Ami's just like, I wish I had that sort of ability to take away pain.
It's like admittedly I don't have many like that, but I was very happy when Awen taught me about that one.
So Arcade, yeah, sorry, yeah. So Alwyn teaches you things too. Yes, Arcade does the same, and it's taught me a lot. Yes, I know, I should listen to you more. And she kind of just like rolls her eyes at Sarah, like as if Sarah could understand.
Yeah, sort of. It's kind of like Awen channels things for me, I suppose is a way you could think of it. Knowledge that I wouldn't have otherwise. That's why I have to keep them so close to me.
I have so much knowledge, and it's just it gets stuck and then far away, and it gets very cobwebby.
You mean about letters?
To Alwyn. I've sent many.
Awen answered?
No, but I figured the distance, and maybe that's not one of Alwyn's abilities, like
Okay, and I think Sarah will kind of pat Ami's hand, say, I think we should check on Kana.
Well, yeah, and I don't think she realized that Kana had walked away, so she like turns to where she's talking.
Ending out there in the snow.
Yeah.
I mean, you could tell where she was because you could see her paw prints walking on.
Yeah. Oh. And like
She
it
has
still doesn't.
Toby.
Yeah, Toby. It hasn't really occurred to Ami that like that Kana would be upset, like for accidentally hurting, and it's like, huh. I guess she was done with her training then. Did you find the good sticks?
Oh, I didn't find any good sticks. But I think Svetlana...
Thanks, Squirtle.
I think Svetlana and Sakura did. Well, mostly Svetlana, if I'm honest. Has Sakura come back out from dropping the sticks, or are you continuing
Sakura would have dropped off the sticks, but would have also gone in and poured some tea because I would imagine that everybody's a bit cold, so she would be going around giving, Lana and Oleg and Ed tea and first, and then she would come around to the group and give them, making sure that she leaves one left for her sister so that she can go and cheer her sister up.
It's a very, very easy roll, but give me a straight wisdom roll.
God.
D20 plus your wisdom modifier.
Pop-Tart.
Is it just Saki?
Yep.
Okay.
She's really not gonna poison us.
No, you totally passed. It was a base 5. You're okay. That's why I said it's super easy. Basically, don't roll a 1. You have the tea in hand for Avi, and you have a brief flashback to this morning, to when she just downed it. And as you're passing, you just pick up a little bit of snow and sprinkle it in just to drop temperature so it's not as hot as everyone else's. It's like when you go to Starbucks and you order kid temperature. That's essentially what you're doing here. Is you're making it... It's still warm and it's still steamy, but if she just downs it again, she will not scald her tongue a second time.
I pour hers first, too, and make sure that it's kind of like away from everybody else.
Yeah. So it's essentially kid temp.
Yes.
So it's still steamy, still nice and hot, it doesn't affect that or anything, but it's just kind of like a little bit of snow as you pass by. It's like, maybe just a little. But Sarah and Nanami, you start heading back in, and as you're walking in, you're slightly behind Ami. And you were talking about how, sometimes things get stuck and cobwebby and stuff. And for a moment, one of those little pieces just kind of dislodges, and you hear the same thing Sarah just said, but a completely different voice that just says, "I'm just trying to help you." It's a male voice, and it's very soft, but it makes you feel unsettled, and you don't know why.
I think I brace the doorway and stop. And just kind of look at Arcade and just kind of nod, like, okay. And I don't, yeah, like, so despite getting hurt so bad, nearly dying, she was like all very happy and like, oh yeah, this pain, no problem, and everything, and then getting healed. So she had that, happy, like, go lucky energy, but after that, like, she comes in and is just a little bit more calmer and still smiling, but it's definitely a different smile than she had like just moments ago.
I think by the time you come in, Oleg and Ed have gone over to these sticks that Svetlana is sorting. And you see Oleg holding up one of the little forked, useless ones, and he's just kind of staring at it for a minute. And it's the first time you haven't seen him look so grumpy. He just looks incredibly perplexed.
Did you see this?
It's almost like there's a headache building right between his eyebrows. Just like...
I really like that one.
Out to you, actually. We should keep that one for, something.
Hooray.
Sure. You keep it safe.
And I think at that, Sarah will kind of pick it up, and because their top, I don't think I've talked about this much here, but their top is woven of lots of different fibers that they've gathered, but into it there are lots of things hanging, and they're all trinkets that are memories of things. So I think they'll take the stick, and they'll actually go ahead and just very quickly, with one of these loose pieces, kind of tie it onto their top, kind of adding to it.
I'll say this because it's actually, can't say anything else, but you can go ahead and put your inventory Oleg stick.
Great.
Note to
Or
stealth.
variation.
Do not go on stealth missions with Saren. She is a literal noise alert.
He's a party maker.
I'm very small.
On the bright side, if there's an alarm and you said it, you could just grab her and just shake her really hard. And it's like,
And she can be a life alert to, other people.
Falling like
Unfortunately, sometimes that might mean the bad guys.
She starts to fly and just goes.
Just imagining at some point you guys tie like jingle bells to her, so when she flies, you're just hearing.
She can be Tinkerbell.
I'm
Sarah
sorry.
really does that.
I'm flash to the future. I'm sorry, Saren. They didn't clap hard enough.
No, Nephew will clap very, very hard. Unfortunately, I don't know if I will be enough, but I will clap as hard as I can.
How did I walk into this?
I'm sorry, Saren. They did not
love
believe in fairies.
the detail. I love it.
And with that, the last of the pixie dust leaves. That's right, I just made it sad, Nappy. Anyway, flashback from record scratch. So I bet you're wondering how I got here. Back to present. Boilers. Anyway. But yeah, so he, Oleg, in probably the gentlest but still grumpy maneuver you've ever seen, just hands you this bestows upon you this stick, and then just looks at you with this like face that like it's the same face that a father would get when their like child is like, Dad, it's you, and it looks like a Twinkie is exploded, but made out of macaroni, but less proud. Like, significantly less proud. Like, not proud at all, in fact. But almost sympathetic of, oh, my special sweet child. But there's a sort of patience there that wasn't there before.
All Saren probably perceives the patient, almost kind aspect of that, because Saren has never had parents and does not perceive.
And he's never been one, so
yeah, these like
works out
layers.
really well.
Yeah. So they're just like,
Why do I have the feeling
father.
by the time we're done, we're just gonna be adopted by this couple?
Yeah, by this older couple.
Oleg like has all of you in his arms. Yes, even you, Kana. Even though you and Ami are both taller than he is. And it's just, and the big bad evil guy is like, I will destroy you all, and Oleg's like, no. These are my kids. If anything happened, I only have met them 5 minutes ago, but if anything happened to them, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself.
Yes, I love that within my memory.
Oh,
Let that be Grumpy Oleg's secret thought.
Yeah.
I mean, you adopted Ed. Oh god, that makes him a grandpa. That's gonna be a life change.
If only we had monologue tokens.
Daddy.
Yes,
Don't
but
think
monologue
it's all
tokens
that
don't work
again.
on the player character or the.
Only on the player. That's true.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining
Damn.
Ed. I'm sorry, hold on a second, but Ed looks up. Daddy. Don't ever call me that again.
We need to get Kana some tea.
Yeah, I was
Let's
gonna
do
say.
that.
I think like she would. Ami would go over and sit next to Kana if Kana went and sat for the tea or not.
No, she would not.
Okay.
Basically, you would see her footprints, like, go off, but they stop. Like, does not continue. Like...
Did she jump? Did she fly away?
Are you using your tail to cover your tracks?
No. She, Saki would know this, but, like, she tends to climb and away from things and kind of be by herself.
Question. I'm assuming you climbed on top of the house or something?
Yeah.
Did you take the ladder, or do you need to roll?
Probably need to roll.
Go ahead and roll a climb check.
Cool.
Simple option.
Cool.
If you fail, I want Sakura standing there with 2 mugs in her hands, just looking down where you landed.
Just the...
Maybe you shouldn't climb in the winter.
Climb.
Sam. 17.
No, in that yeah, you're able to climb up with relative ease.
She did it all the time as a kid.
Oh, come on.
I know.
And you know, the house is a little rough at the edges. It is a log kind of deal. So you do find some finger holds and stuff that you're able to climb up.
She's also got claws too, so you can just go.
Yeah, so you know, you're able to climb up a pretty minimal effort.
So yeah, I think she just Ami would look around inside because she got distracted at with that memory. Doesn't see Kana. I was like, ah. I was like, oh, I'll talk to her later then. And then gratefully goes and gets it. Yes, tea fixes everything.
Before Sakura gives her the tea, she's gonna hand it, then pull it back. Please drink it slowly, savor it, and let it just soothe into your soul. And then she slowly gives the child temperature tea to Ami.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes it. It's like, and she kind of just, even though, like, she's fully healed and everything, but just, like, obviously the sense memory of, like, that pain. It's like, I think you're right this time, yes. and does sip it. And it's, like, makes that loud noise when you sip, like, soups and teas and everything. Like, yeah. And then just sits, like, at the edge of the, like, of the bench and everything. And it's just like, well, that was... yeah. Well, that was, a good day, yes, I think. Productive. I think.
Sakura is going to go follow the footsteps. Stop wherever they end. Look at the teas that she has left. So, are you gonna warm up with some tea, or are you going to hide?
Yeah. You know what? She's not gonna respond. Cause like you've noted a few times there are a few times where she doesn't mean to hit and hurt people.
Yeah.
And feels really bad about it. So she tends to just like kind of self-punish herself.
No, she's fully well aware that you're beating yourself up.
Yeah. She's not gonna.
Hana, it wasn't your fault. So just come down. Wherever you're hiding. Please don't make me come find you.
Don't make me come up there.
I have some tea. I'll put some extra honey in it. Or whatever they use for
I think you hear like the rustle of like moving around up top, and then like some snow falls off the roof. And then I probably have to make another roll for this, but Kana's going to jump down from the roof. What do I need to do for that?
Roll a reflex to see how graceful, or no, you can do acrobatics. Excuse me.
Okay.
Or athletics. There we go. That was the other one I was thinking. Either of those would be fine.
there isn't an athletics.
Yeah, there's no.
And acrobatics it is. I've watched too much crit roll.
Yeah. I'll admit, assuming that we're gonna get to a fight today, I was trying to figure out what like the movements and stuff is because it's been so long, and I'm like,
trick for that will help you guys out. It makes it really easy. Fear not.
11.
Yeah, 11. You land fine.
Okay, cool.
As it is, it's only a one-story house, so you're not taking damage anyway.
Yeah, she has the reflexes
that
of a
requires
cat.
10 feet, by the way, in Pathfinder, just like the other ones. So
we'll say
from 5 feet up, you're able to land.
Yeah.
It's
There's
not
like
like
a
your
little-
most graceful landing ever, but you're fine.
Yeah, there's like a little puff of snow which makes contact with the ground.
Yeah, you don't get one of those cool silent hero poses and nothing disturbed moments, but you land, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Once
her ears are still kind of down, but like kind of has like her normal calm exterior.
when Kana stands up, Cora will hand her the cup of tea that has the extra bit of sweetness in it. Once she takes it, though, she's just gonna pull her into a hug and tell her it's gonna be okay. It's not your fault. No one's mad. And she's all better already.
That's kind of when you just kind of feel like her relief, like that.
Yeah. And she'll even curl her tail around the two of them so that, you know, she gets like double hugs.
Yeah, she'll do the same. Tiefling cuteness, yeah.
So, so we're gonna fast forward slightly through the day. As I feel we've probably accomplished most of the roleplay for this portion. You guys spend the rest of the day along with Ed, Svetlana, and Oleg using various skills at their disposal, setting up as best you are able these various traps and this subterfuge you've put together. I'm not going to make you do any further rolls on that because you've already done your basic rolls to figure it out. Now it's just the accomplishment of it. And if you take basically the rest of the day, or into the evening, you know, into dinner time, you take enough time to accomplish your various visions with reasonable ability. You've got, let's see here. Actually, I'll let someone else roll it. We'll divide this up slightly. Who wants to be in charge of these scarecrows, setting those up? This is just for numbers for how many. So it's not like an ability thing. Okay. Roll for me a d6.
A 1.
Oof. Okay.
Jeez. So we got one good scarecrow.
You got one, like, really excellent one, because you did have the supplies and you did have aid, so I'm counting that in there. You have one excellent one, and then you have, and I'll roll for the, basically, what others did. Okay, and you got 4 fair ones. So you got one gussied up one, and then the others are like, well, at a distance, they'll be fine. You know, if it was on close inspection, but they're 30 feet up in the air.
Yeah,
pretty
like
plus.
the catapult. It looked like
yeah,
it's fit.
Yeah. So you know, it should be fine. As I said, it's not for, you know, how good they are; it's how many. So you just have one that's really, really high, and then some others that are also very good. You get. Do you do the front left or front right catapult? Just for my reference. We'll say they come from, if we look at the map. Take a look here real quick to see if this is anything specific.
I feel like probably the opposite one of the direction they come from.
Right.
So that there's the further distance, so that looks more real even when they come up.
Okay, so we'll say on the map, just for y'all's reference, they come from basically the south, slightly, we'll say southwest, so the front left catapult would be your best bet, if you want to do kind of opposite, you know, catty corner to where they are.
Yeah. How does everyone else feel about that?
It sounds fine to me.
I'll even place that on the map if I can. Probably won't. Yeah, that'll do.
Wait a minute, you said they come from the southwest, so shouldn't it be the right?
No, it's the southeast, I think. On the map, it's confusing because I'm saying up is north.
Right.
So southwest would be down and to the left.
Okay.
So,
As long as it's the opposite way of the going.
Yeah.
That's important.
It's on that one. I put it on the map. It's that one.
I
We'll say that's
wiggle.
the- and
I'm so tiny.
technically, we actually have 2 of them. Because you got one that is semi-functional and one that is... looks like a thing. And I'll tint the slightly less functional one. So we know which is which. I'm gonna put that one...
That's the darker color one.
The yellow one is it's the warning one. And the regular colored one is the actually functional. So you've got those. What else did we have? That was the main of it, was those two.
Did we ever settle on what the trap was going to be in this?
No, that was what I was about to ask. Did you settle on any sort of trap or idea?
If we had the time, I would just say a big pit. But I don't know that we have the time to do that.
I feel like doing that in a room that has the stuff, if it's like a wood floor, wouldn't recommend doing that because then it just damages the building. Maybe doing like either a weighted like rope net or just hoisting them up in the air and keeping them hung up on the ceiling or whatever.
Ooh, like a big tarp on the floor that we could cover with like some snow and whatnot, so that they do get hoisted up in the air. Especially if there's a group of them, that way we can capture more than just like maybe one. Yeah, and it's non-lethal. I like non-lethal.
Yeah, I figured that since you two seem to be the more criminal of all of us, that you would have better trapping ability.
I'm styling this shit.
I'm really good at finding traps. I have no idea if I'm any good at putting traps up.
Kana has a little bit.
That would be engineering.
Yeah, no, I have no. I'm good at finding them.
We're looking at a rope trap?
Of some sort.
Okay. Let's take a look at traps here, because they have things.
Okay.
There is actually traps and hazards. It's the whole thing. Let's look at our simplest types. We'll say these are mechanical, as they are, your basic traps that you could make. Let's see, and we'll look at our lowest level ones. Let me organize this by thing. Maybe see ours. Okay, these are high tech. All right. Let's see. Trying to find one that kind of fits the description we're describing here.
Yeah, because I do a little diagram. See, it goes on the floor like this, and then when it captures it, it's all in the bag like that.
Yeah, I was like either something like that, or they'd be dangling from like their ankles up from the ceiling after stepping in it, or triggering a tripwire or something.
So like a collapsing floor was one of the ideas we're kind of looking at.
That I feel like that would take more time. So like something quicker, like the rope trap, or having something like fall on top of them, like you've seen in movies where like they kind of slow them down, but it's like weighted to keep them underneath it.
Oh no, it's winter. Never mind. I had an idea, but it relies on plants, so it's winter.
Winter has come.
Yeah. Save that idea.
So dump ice water on them too.
I would say you could probably do a snare trap. That's a pretty simple thing that hunters use fairly often, obviously. You could do a pit trap just outside of the building. You would have enough time to do that. and dig a pit trap, which again, very simple. You have that. You have javelins and arrows and stuff that you could put at the bottom.
I don't think Neffy's wanting it to be a pitfall.
Well, a pit I wouldn't mind, but like a pit spike trap at the bottom, because that would kill them, and we don't want to kill them.
Yeah, no murder pit. Not
also,
pitfall.
I don't think we want this type of trap, because then they dangle out and they can easily cut through that. And I imagine they have knives.
Also, you could
Also lock the door.
You do know there are various hunters. You could ask if they have any bear traps.
Ooh, that'll keep them
throwing them out there.
That'll keep them in place real good.
But
Yeah,
you probably
like
a way to hide them.
If I can't burn them, I might as well just trap them.
Yeah. So your best bet, I would say, for your non-lethal desires here.
I do understand that it can be non-lethal, but all I can think of is, ow, those poor guys. I would be more willing to do that though than a spike trap or like setting them on fire. So I'm willing to make a compromise.
We could do like a pit trap
So bear trap it is,
spikes, right? Because then we would have.
I just feel like they wouldn't be that
negotiate with
stupid.
them.
I just feel like they wouldn't be that. I'd rather do the bear trap inside the, like, they go and get the musky Ed, and they're stuck with that musky pelt as their bear claw trap. So yeah, I think we probably would have asked for like if they had one of those.
Yeah, we can always ask Ed. I'm sure Ed had some.
Oh yeah.
Let's roll down and see if he has any. Do we want metal, purple, or rainbow?
Rainbow.
Rainbow? Alright.
Rainbow
Take
sounds
your
pretty.
Take a chance with the shiny rainbow dice. We'll say it's 50-50, so who wants to call high or low? That will be he does have them.
Hi, he has them.
Okie dokie. Okay, he has them. How many does he have?
Neffy.
He
Coming through
has.
with the rolls.
He has 2 bear traps.
Okay.
Nice.
We could put one in front of the house.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, in case they wanted to get retribution or
Yeah.
And then the other one inside where the pelts are, supposedly.
We could have the one inside the house closer to where the pelts would be in the room. So it's a little bit more in the room.
Mm-hmm.
So in case they decide to like, oh, there's a trap there. Deep, snap. If they the chance of not taking the other one.
I'm fine with that, yeah.
Yep. I would still kind of like to put like a not a bear trap, a
rope
pit trap. Well, that too. Like, if it's weighted down by pelts to trigger when people lift up the pelt to take it off, and then it springs. You know,
More of a basically, I'm just gonna tell you because it's going to be a base 5 roll. Essentially, you don't have time to do that because that's going to be a pressure style trap.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is
You
just
have to
like
have
the
it
classic,
full.
like, we
Yeah,
covered
this
a hole.
trap was already built, and a just pit in general,
Mhm.
where like it was just like hidden and they just fell down a hole.
Yeah.
That would be easy. That's just cover it so they don't see it. You know, put some straw on top and then put some snow to make it look,
We
covered,
could
whatever.
possibly do that in front of like the if we wanted to do that and still have the time to do that in front of the horse stalls in case they want to go like, oh, we'll just take your horses or like
But yeah, I'm just letting you know straight up that
Yeah.
you're talking about pressure, which is just more complicated than I'd say you have time for right now.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Good,
Yeah.
idea.
So
Good idea, but not enough time. Understood.
Right. But yeah, that's just a little more complicated than you feel up for.
and I think I'd like to be on like
How
by
many-
the gate wherever the walking area on top, like where the our fake archers would be. That's where I would
Okay.
like to like
Okay.
hide, because then I could see the fake archers, so I could do the mage hands thing, and then
Right.
if I have to do other things, I still have a good angle.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I would say probably. Would it be safe to assume basically Sarah and Ami, since you two are the ones doing the various things, basically one at each side of the gate?
I was gonna say I probably mirror in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I got y'all placed for that.
I do have a question, real quick.
Yes.
I maybe need to ask this. So, assuming that I've put some of my things on our cart,
Mm-hmm.
my load is very, because I'm so small,
Yes.
it's an issue. But when it comes to like my witch's kit,
Mm-hmm.
how would I determine like if I put some of the things on the cart, like weight wise, what to take off of my weight? Does that make sense?
Some of the items would have individual weights, like
Yeah, I looked that up, but it was like it's higher than the kit.
The math doesn't always.
So I didn't want to take
brain
too much.
stuff.
of
It doesn't
off.
always make sense.
Yeah, we're currently 11 off of light load, which is where I would love to be. But my witch's kit is 15. But the only things I really need to keep on me are the spell components, which are not large. So it's like the belt pouch and the spell components. But I didn't want to like, hand wave that.
Just for the sake of math, and it'll make it easier on you. I would say you could basically divide it in half, essentially.
Okay.
Go ahead and take because I know 15 does not divide evenly. So go ahead and just take it down to, that'd be what, 7, 8? So 7 pounds for that instead of 15.
I don't think that gets me there yet, but it's closer.
Yeah, just kind of make the math easy rather than, well, it would be kind of like
Yeah.
3.5. That,
What a
we'll just
frail
say basically you can get it down to
cabbage patch
half
baby you
pretty
are.
easily. Because also you've got to keep in mind that if you're keeping the kit, it's coming in some sort of bag in and of itself.
Yeah.
That you're using basically to help keep all your components dry at this point.
Yeah. Well, I
That
have
you'd
a
still
belt
have to kind
pouch. I think I have a belt pouch for those it comes with. But
Okay.
cool. Yeah. I just
and you're familiar and such that you know.
yeah, my familiar is like weight on it though, because the pouch for that is heavy.
So
Okay, cool. I just wanted to check with that. I have a list of the stuff that I have on the cart.
Yeah.
So that I remember.
now, of course, I know you have a familiar pouch and stuff that has its own weight and such. If you're familiar, it's not in familiar pouch. You can obviously take that off.
Put it there and there.
Okay, I'm just kind of brainstorming out loud.
Yeah, I'm still 3 off of light, but like I said, my light is really low. It's like 17, and since I have a crossbow, it's like possible to get there.
Right.
That's okay.
All right.
I do.
So,
I have
go
a question.
Yeah.
How many pits can we make in the time that we have?
you'd have to spend basically all the way till dinner time doing everything else and one pit, I would say.
Okay.
So you could stay up a bit later, but that does chance you might not
Get
get
enough
full night's
rest.
rest. Right. So some of you would be more able to do that than others in the party.
Okay.
Safely, I'll say. That's just a chance. You don't know exactly when they'll arrive. Oleg
I
and
think-
Svetlana, I told you, it happens in the morning, but it really depends on the weather, what time in the morning.
Yeah, I think we're as prepared as like any more last minute additions.
I
don't think we'll have. That's only depending on whether or not the others go that way. Like based on what I told you guys of the vision, like it almost seemed like for sure 2 will go and just like because they're ordered this is we've done this every month or whatever. That's guaranteed. We'll probably try to keep if we have to fight. Maybe you get lucky and you charm them. We'll probably just be fighting in that gate area.
well, with the vision that you had, did they have more like swords and daggers, or were there bows?
I think I only noticed the one sword, right? Which was...
Yeah, you noticed the one guy, he did not have a sword, the burly guy.
Oh.
He did not have a sword, he had a bow, actually.
Oh, bow. Okay, I would have told you that, like.
But that was the only one you could kind of make out, and it's only because he had it slung and it looked like it was a bigger bow, so you kind of make the outline of it. The rest, it wasn't obvious. They were even blurrier, probably because her focus was primarily on that guy. So it made them a lot less clear in your vision.
If it's unsure, she would suggest that if they have enough time to put a pit trap near the stairs of each of the watchtowers, so that way if any of them try to come up to attack the archers, then they would fall down the trap first. Hopefully.
Something I said earlier, by the way, I said it was stairs. It's ladders that go up to the towers. Not stairs, my apologies.
Okay.
Honestly,
because that may change your ideals there a little bit.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So I think after we climb up there, break the ladders, or no, not even break that. Just pull them up.
Yeah, I was gonna say these are not attached ladders. They have not repaired.
Okay.
You could pretty easily. I'll include this in your roll since I messed up a little bit and when you rolled really high before. Because I remember one if you rolled 20 something. Basically, there probably was actually attached ladders at some point. Because you can see kind of where they were hammered in and stuff. But they were so rotted and stuff that Oleg has removed them completely, and these are just basic ladders.
Yeah.
Not attached fancy ones. These are just your basic wood.
Okay.
You can go up and down.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then it would probably be better once you get up there to move the ladders so that people can't come up after you.
Yeah, so that's what...
That actually works a lot better than we don't have to waste resources of manpower to dig those out.
Yeah, it shows stair stuff, since it doesn't particularly describe. What I'm assuming is basically there's kind of a ledge, if you will, and then it goes up the stairs, and then this is where the catapult is. So you're
that
still...
makes sense.
Yeah, because these are 30 feet tall. If you figure every floor is 10 feet, then that would make the most sense. Like a 10-foot ladder leading to the first floor, that's where you guys are standing. And then there's, up to the second floor, and that's where the catapult and such is. And that would still leave some room above. Just a little bit, so that way you see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that's how I'm playing it. That may be wrong for anybody who actually knows this book and stuff. I could be totally wrong. That's how I'm going to run it. Because that makes sense to me.
It makes perfect sense.
And plus, it would make more sense that, ladders for this exact reason in a fort that you would want to be able to pull it up. Anyway.
Yeah.
So just so I'm tracking just for next time, because we're going to be wrapping up here in a minute. We're not getting to the combat tonight, because I think that's a bad idea with 5 minutes or so to go.
We've managed it again.
Yep. But that's
We
okay.
survived the second session!
Yeah, you figured it out. So just so I can clarify, but before I leave, just so I'm having this and having it on the map. So we've got functional catapult. We've got looks nice catapult. We've got Ami and Saren mirroring each other up there, so they can do it with all the archers and stuff. Since you have a total of, I think, 6, we said. I'll say 6 now, because I feel like it.
Okay.
We'll say 3 and 3. I will go ahead and say, since Ami was the one who rolled, that she gets the nice one on her side. Cuz.
Seems fair enough.
We've got a bear trap in with the musk pelt, slightly more inside, so that way they have to actually be in the building when that happens. So that will help kind of keep them out of the way. We have a pit trap in front of that building, or where are we putting the pit trap?
I think it was closer...
In front of the house, right?
In front of Svetlana and Oleg's house?
Oh, I thought that's where the other bear trap was going. Because we had 2 bear traps, right?
Yeah, one's inside.
2 bear traps and 1 pit.
Oh, one towards the entrance of the. What I was thinking was the pit trap being towards the entrance of the horse stalls.
Yeah.
That's right.
If we put it in front of the storeroom, then they would make it to the bear trap.
Okay. And then you have one in front of Oleg and Svetlana's house, just in case they try to go in there and fuck with them.
Yeah.
Then
Before the pit trap in front of the stables gets made, Sakura's gonna go and give both horses I'll say 3 carrots each and an apple.
Okay.
Just because it's gonna be stressful, and she wants to give them a treat, so that they're not so terrified. Hopefully.
All right. Okay. So, we have all that set up. You're as prepared as you're gonna be.
I'm healed.
You're healed. You've girded your loins. Oleg does take probably Kana aside, to be honest, because because you're big, I guess. I don't know. I just decided that he wants to talk to you. And in his gruff goat way, basically says that he knows he's not great in a fight, and he knows y'all can probably use all the help you can get, but he would like to try to keep Svetlana out of it unless completely necessary. Because these bandits have basically his reasoning is they've done enough to her.
Yeah.
You know, they scared and freaked her out enough that, you know, he's not the fighter he used to be, but he can fight for her.
Aww.
But if she's out there, she's gonna try. And he wants to protect her. So if things get bad, they will help, but he would prefer to keep her aside. Basically.
She understands that his first priority is her.
Right. Yeah, he's... You get the impression pretty easily, and I'm gonna make you roll for it, that basically, knowing that that at least part of this has been sort of just him being guarded. And he's still guarded, because people have failed before. But you guys seem genuine, probably more so, you know, after learning that there... Well, some of you, after learning that there was a previous group that supposedly the bandits have taken out, which is not entirely what you heard from Valara, but conflicting stories, not exactly surprising. That he's still guarded, but he's more just cautious now, as opposed to, like, gray rocking. It's like, you guys have a chance, maybe the previous party didn't even try, whereas you guys are at least taking it seriously and like, no, we're gonna do this. And making an effort. And that seems to matter. He's probably always going to be a grumpy goat. But he at least seems a little more tolerant now. Not quite so gruff, as you saw from the Saren stick incident.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's coming to you with this fairly vulnerable ask. It's as gruff and, oh, you know. It's kind of a vulnerable, like, you know, I'll fight for her. So, if you need us, you know, we'll be there, but, you know, I gotta keep her safe.
They'll make sure to take most of the blows, so you don't have to worry about it.
You look like you take a few.
Oh, yeah.
At least a sight better than Ed. Hey! He says from the stew Svetlana is currently serving. But you have lovely stew. You have braided bread. Yes,
yummy.
Ed know how braid.
I was about to say I was going to tease Ed. So, did you braid this? After our last conversation.
I taught her how to braid.
So you do know how to braid.
It's like any dwarf worth his ore knows how to braid.
Could you braid my hair?
Do you want me to?
Yes, I think I should probably have it out of the way if things do get fiery.
No fire.
Shoves aside.
Very little fire.
Shoves aside
Outside of the fort fire.
Slightly back. And like pats the seat next to him. Is like, come here.
Yes, I love this.
Yeah, and she goes and sits. And this looks at RK. He's like, you don't have hair, RK. You can't get braided.
And he's actually kind of delighted. Because, of course, your hair is very, very thick. And there's a lot of it. Whereas, like, Svetlana has long hair, but you can see it's kind of more of a fine texture. So it braids and stuff. But this is going to be a braid.
Kana's going to, like, sit next to him and be like, me next. And he can see, like, he knows she's got floofy-ass hair.
Yeah, and he's like psyched because y'all have like not like just gentle, straight, like you've got a bit of a wild hair, both of you. So he's like,
yeah,
okay. And he's
not to mention, Hana's got a tail.
Yeah. Avi just teases. Oh, so we are type now, huh?
I mean, your hair is.
Well, Ed is braiding their hair. Sakura's gonna go find some very soft hay and just kind of do like 3 little braids with them, and then she'll get like a little bit of like honey or something to make it sticky, and then stick one on the back of the head for Akrai, and then 2 on the side of the head for Alwyn. So Owen has little braided pigtails, and Cray has just one braid in the back. That way they can feel included.
He looks up.
Saren is not going to get their hair braided. It's leaves. I don't know how well that would go.
The best part about that is you can eat it when you're done.
This is the scene from every movie where it's not the gay guy, but suddenly realizes he's a fantastic hairstylist. Where like he's literally like actually has a bit of snow, like picks some of it up to like wet his fingers, and like is doing like two-handed twist on the side to get all those like little fine hairs that always escape, and like is doing just this huge complicated. It's probably like 6 or 7 different braids he's doing of various types. They just braiding it all together so you have this one thick, but it's made up of all these little like decorative and such. And the hair is, as opposed to most of the time, and it's not that there's no hair escaping. There's always gonna be. That's just, this is not that level of fantasy. Let's be real. But like it's definitely right. But as opposed to a lot of your hairstyles and stuff that very easily, you know, straight hairs and stuff, like it's pretty well done. And the way he's done some of these braids and stuff up at the top really helps tame a lot of that down and keep it out. So the majority of it is staying out of your face now.
Nice.
And like it, but so you can see it because she can't see the back of her head. Like it's fucking fancy. It's a nice braid. V nice.
She kisses the top of his forehead after. Like, thank you.
Not often I get to utilize these skills.
Yeah, and whenever he gets done with Kana, she kind of gives him like pats on the head.
And he does. It's slightly different, obviously, but again, just as complicated and stuff. He kind of divides it into two and kind of curls them together so it's up off your neck even. He figures, you know, your magic, it can be loose, but you have giant bat of spikiness, and so it shouldn't be swinging around. So he like braids them up so that way they're, you know, like small buns, basically. He basically gives you really floofy, really braided space buns.
Hell yeah!
Awesome.
And they're like curled around it, so they're almost like a little bit pointy.
Yeah, I think
we love
like,
head.
yeah, I think Ami can't help but like just like delicately, because she obviously doesn't want to mess it up or anything, but like keeps touching and like, you know, feeling the braids and the texture and just like very pleased.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Like it's good work.
Yeah. And
You're a master of
smiles.
hidden talents, Mr. Ed.
Well, they each have meaning.
The meanings.
Yours, he points at Ami, is a specific complicated braid that some of our well-known casters and such, masters of the arcane, the blessed, which means essentially valor. A wholeness of oneself that channels through the divine arcane. It allows you to do your magics. And as for you, he points at Kana, admittedly, primarily yours means don't get in my face. But also, I've incorporated some smaller braids in there that generally are reserved for some of our stronger warriors that go down to the deep roads and deep caverns that travel through most of the lands, particularly the Gulishkin Mountains, which are inland caress, if I remember correctly, aka where you come from.
Mm-hmm.
And generally mean strength in battle. Most of the time you see them with beards, but I improvised.
Wait for you to teach us all about dwarf things. Once we finish this, of course.
Yeah, I'd like to know more about these different types of braids.
Oh, there's all sorts. They mean, well, I mean, in a community where appearances are sometimes a little mixed in comparison to humans, I think you'd like it, he says to, you know, gender as a construct. Sure.
My new nickname.
Where our gender is not so easily assumed at times in comparison to human societal standards. We have other ways to communicate at a glance. But none of you seem the beard-growing type, so do what we can.
No, I
If
don't
you
think
just,
we
like,
love
Ami just
beard.
goes to her chin like, beard.
Though to be fair, for a more general presentation, some individuals who cannot grow beards for various reasons will sometimes braid their hair down in front of them like a faux beard.
Theron has their leaves, just like.
Yeah, you can do that. It's it's more of a presentational thing. People know, but it's not a shame thing. It's more of just that's the way it's communicated. Supposedly all dwarves used to have beards, and then some variations happen throughout the years, that sort of thing. Anyway.
Yeah. I was gonna say something that went right out of my head.
That's what we do.
Very in character with you.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think like we go through the night and like again now she doesn't know obviously that Sakura knows. She goes to the barn, making sure to sidestep the hole and for sleep. And I think though, like if anyone does like wake up in the middle of the night, because of like it kept coming back to her, that memory that she didn't have, like this is probably the first time actually since we left that she's actually had the nightmares to actually like push against the bonds that she created. So if anyone happens to wake up in the middle of the night or anything, they might hear.
Depends. How many blankets did you take this time?
I think the same amount. Like she wouldn't have she would have folded up the blankets obviously, but she wouldn't have like given them back or anything because she's not gonna refuse a gift from RK.
Okay, well then, if you have 2 blankets, as long as it's not like bitterly cold out that you would need a third, she's gonna stay in bed. But that is a good thing to know. That you're taking the blankets and taking care of yourself.
And so with stew eaten and hair braided, you all retire to your various levels of comfort and such.
Perch.
With one echo, I'm just trying to help you. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
We survived!
That's because you haven't gone to battle yet! But next time,
See how long we
we
can
are
go
going
without
to start
it.
with the arrival of the bandits. So
I'm
prepare
ready to kick
yourself
some ass.
for your first combat.
We just spent 4 hours preparing ourselves.
Just spent 4 hours preparing for a combat that was supposed to happen tonight. I love Pathfinder. Man, there were so many times
Hey, I almost died. Technically,
you
tonight.
did. Technically, you two have been in
caused
the
it
combat.
yourself.
You guys have combated.
Yeah, we've
Technically,
combated.
You are like old. You'd be like, oh, old hat. I know how this works. Roll for initiative. Already did.
Yeah.
But yeah, so next episode we will start with the arrival of the bandits and the big, mean, broody McBruderson man who stole Sweet Lana's ring.
He's gonna.
Hopefully he has it on them because
We'll
If
just have
not-
to wait and see.
we're gonna have to take a trip.
For you.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
So, for our various audience members, returning and otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. And of course, as always, thanks for playing.
See y'all next week.
Next week!
Is it next week yet?
Is it Saturday yet?
Is it Saturday?
I forgot. Please stay with us for just a few moments. I will be raiding somebody this time. So, I'm gonna go do that.
I mean, if we didn't get bandit, party, the least we could do is raid somebody. It seems only thematically appropriate.
Raid.
Exactly.
Go raid some other nerds.
Nerds.
Oh good.
Great
I can't believe you would say that about
I
your
just can't believe
chat.
you'd ever say that, Neffy.
Wow, Neffy. All that swearing.
Oh, God, it's like,
Woo!
Never heard you be so thirsty. What's happening?
so thirsty. We are such a bad influence on you. It's so
I'm sorry,
thirsty.
we're terrible. The chaos is overflowing.
So thirsty.
Just can't help ourselves.
I see a hopping birdie.
Uh-huh.
See.
Yay. Success.